Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know. And if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So, all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair. Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Seth from Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump right into it, because we got Trump's bilateral meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister. Then we have Hegseth making another, press briefing, and then we got a whole lot more to get into, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's jump right into it.
Are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Well, we're going to be speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から、機雷艇などの支援に関して、その点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか？
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything. And I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
非常に日本からは素晴らしい支援を受けていると思います。おとといのコメントから、日本からはそれに対して非常に力強いメッセージを得ていると私は思っています。
Unlike NATO.
NATO とは全く違いますね。
Please.
Mr. President, do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as low. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago.
Now, here's the problem, though. The problem is that, according to reportings, there's about over 1,000 Marines that is heading to that area. So there's Marines heading to that area. So, what are you saying, Trump, that you turned them around, or they're just going to go there and not commit to taking Carg Island? What's going on? And yes, the Dow was at 50,000 2 weeks ago, and then you popped this war off, and then gas prices went up and the stock market went down. But hopefully he can turn this around, or he can correct course and end this war and get back on the winning trail.
They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but just hit 50,000, and we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50, and we did that in 1 year. So it's all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did.
Uh-huh.
But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. He considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does, just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, you know, if we do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated the Navy. We've obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. The Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, I mean, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island if anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. And we've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But I would say we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that no other president had the courage to do. And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them.
Here's the thing, though. Other presidents has talked about Iran as a threat, but I do believe Barack Obama nipped that in the butt with the JCPOA. Now, when Trump got out of the JCPOA, like I said, one of the biggest threats to Iran was their nuclear capability, which, well, due to us getting out of that deal, now nobody has eyes on Iran's nuclear capabilities. And now it's like a guessing game of, are they going towards one? Will they ever get to one? And all of our intelligence reports have said, well, no, they're not going towards a nuclear weapon. They have this religious fatwa that's keeping them away from this religious weapon, or not religious weapon, but nuclear weapon. So it is a bit crazy when he sits there and say, well, in the past, other presidents talked about it being the threat. Yes, we all know Iran was a threat, but the problem was to get that threat under control, not to go to war with them over, 3 different threats. Because remember, they said it's about their nuclear capability, them using their ballistic missiles and their proxies. And let's be real. If we're talking about imminent threats, none of those are imminent threats to the United States. None of them. But Israel for sure, though, since they're in the region.
It was
and the
left
Gulf
to me,
states.
and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay.
Mr. President.
I think she's going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? You understand? It's very good, I tell you. I mean, it's so nice that we don't have to sit. No, it's very good. I haven't picked up your language, so the next time you come, I'll have your language mastered. All right, go ahead.
If the war is almost over, why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but we are being very judicious. What we want to do, don't forget, Biden gave away, I rebuilt the military in my first term. Biden gave away so stupidly to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But It was a very small amount. It was a lot, but it was very small relative to what I purchased and what I built. We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine. They gave so much, Biden gave $350 billion worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you'd call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it, but we're building. Our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never done before. Pete's in charge of it with all of us really, but Pete's been very, very strong on it. The general and Pete, myself, the whole group. And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast. Because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it, and he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't even want to have a military. Now you see how important it is. But
the only thing that's like, a bit concerning. Now, if he's talking about, oh, don't worry, this is going to be done within a month. Don't worry, it's going to be done anytime. And yeah, okay, well, you're saying that, but then why are you pressuring, the weapons manufacturers to make more weapons? Like, that doesn't really sound like, this is going to be done. It's like, I don't like, let's be honest. You're not really going to sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm done fighting, but I'm sorry, but let me go back and get more guns. It's like, that don't sound like you're done fighting. That just sounds like you're reloading.
We have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location. And out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of 114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment, all our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy top.
Mr. President,
the Treasury Secretary this morning said there were defections among Iranian leadership. Are you aware of that? And is there anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward?
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
Yeah. So we are seeing the defections at all levels.
Shout out Sid, because Sid caught the same thing. It's like, yeah, we have an unlimited amount. We have everything we need. That's why we're requesting $200 billion more and want $1 trillion military budget. Is this guy ever honest? I mean, bro, I'll be real with you. That did throw me off too. I'm just like, hold on, bro. You're saying that don't worry, the conflict is going to be ending soon, but we need more weapons. Like, hold on, wait. So why do you need more weapons if the conflict is ending soon? Don't you only need more weapons if you need, like, to extend the conflict? Because you need more weapons to fire? Like, well, what's going on here? And then, he's talking about, oh, don't worry, we're going to take Carg Island. Well, you're going to need troops for that. And then he's like, no, we're not going to put troops on the ground. What is this report of that there's literally, not military men, but Marines on the way there? They're like a couple days out. So what's that all about? But we'll see as things progress. And shout out to my man Sid for starting us off.
Starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, but we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they've wired their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
And are you seeing defections?
Yes, sir.
On Israel,
There's a lot of military defections also. You have a lot of military defections in Iran. I don't blame them.
Thank you.
Delusional.
Have you talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about attacking the oil and gas fields.
Yeah, I did. I told him, don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss, we do, we're independent, we get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion, he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And the last one, if I could, the Fed chairman told me yesterday that he plans to stay until a new Fed chairman is confirmed, and he also plans to stay on the board until the investigation into the Federal Reserve is done.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost. The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. And something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly you should be lowering interest rates. All right. Certainly, who would not lower them? But he
didn't.
Stubborn, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. But a lot of people have that, it's.
Yeah, the Fed chair decided not to lower interest rates, to keep it at that 3.25 to 3.75%. Well, one, because the jobs market kind of took a hit this month. Inflation also took a hit. And then, of course, like I said, gas prices going up. Yeah, that's inflationary. Not the tariffs, but gas prices going up. We're definitely going to be seeing that down the line. If he does not pull out of this war, like I said, he can ruin all of his winnings, all of his gains that he had with the economy if he continues this war. Even he admitted, I thought it was going to be worse. Bruv, I'm sorry, but what's worse from going to damn near 250 to 350? We're $1 up on gas. And I know y'all want to sit here and say, well, S.E.T, but Biden had it at 5. Do you understand that we voted for Trump so that wouldn't happen, so gas wouldn't go up? So it's basically a campaign promise to do something that would cause the increase in gas pricing, knowing damn well we're still going through an affordability problem, knowing damn well that's one of the main topics of political discussion is affordability, yet he does this and then hit us with the, well, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Okay.
Not a curable disease, but he's also building. He should be lowering rates immediately, but he won't do that because he's a stubborn, incompetent person, and that's a bad thing. When you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person. But
I ain't gonna lie, Powell is a bit incompetent. He waits to the last second, or he waits till things go bad to start making economic corrections. That's what I don't like about Powell. So he's right to criticize Powell, but I'm be real with you. He's now giving Powell a reason to hold off on cutting interest rates. He gave him a reason. And shout out to my man Sid. He's like, remember he said COVID would be gone by Easter 2020? You know what? I can't even blame Trump for that. I can't even, because a lot of people were actually putting that in his ear. A lot of people were giving him promises that, well, Lord knows it wasn't gonna happen. Here's the thing. I think Trump also fought for that again. Him being told something that bro, that's just outside the realm of possibility. Oh, COVID's going to be done by 2020. I mean, bro, we barely got a handle on it. It's 2019. And then what? I'm pretty sure somebody in his office said Iran's an imminent threat and they could attack us within 2 weeks of a nuclear weapon. And everybody's intelligence agencies going bro, what are you talking about? That's not even no, that's not happening. But he still acted on it. The problem with Trump is that what I'm starting to realize is that, bro, he lets the worst people around him. He could possibly have all the good intentions in the world, but due to who he lets around him, it's never gonna go anywhere because they have their own agenda and it's not Trump's agenda, or it's not the Make America Great Again agenda.
But he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. 25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House, fixing it up. And I mean, the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right. So there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
But whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make, I mean, he could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is an incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be.
You just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people, right?
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Good. Is he a good reporter or bad? You know?
So.
Not a, all right, looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, you know, we have that kind of relationship, and we step up for Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan. So, and we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else, but I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's.
Yeah, but what in God's name is Japan going to do? That's the problem. I mean, Japan can't do anything, honestly. And all the other Europeans or countries are saying, look, bro, you started this war. Don't drag us into it. And I know Trump is going like, well, you know, you guys are going to be affected too. But it does think about like this is like, hold on. So you want us to get involved in a fight that you started that's affecting all of us, but you want us to go ahead and get involved in it? It's like, why not just not start the fight, or why just not come to a peace agreement so not everybody's getting affected, including yourself? Like, and then, you know, Trump pretty much was trying to say, oh, no, this was just a test. It was a loyalty test to see if NATO was really about that life. And, well, obviously they weren't. Nobody, but think about it like this. And I keep saying this. You're expecting these guys to pull up for us and fight when they weren't even willing to give us a fair trade deal. When we had to strong arm them with tariffs and other economic levers to get a fair trade deal. You think these guys are going to pull up in the middle of the ocean or in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz and risk their military men and military equipment? Like, come on now. And think about it. They just now start buying military equipment. They just up their military spending. Now you're asking them to use it immediately? Like, come on now. Let's be reasonable here.
It's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to S.E.T. Unfortunately, you're in the minority of Trump voters. The Iran war has 90% approval rating amongst Republicans. Bro, did you see on CNN where they were trying to say 100%? At a certain point, I was like, bro, that's straight propaganda. There is no way you guys have 100% support. I mean, if that's the case, then apparently I don't exist, guys. Apparently I'm MAGA, but I don't exist. Or they would say 99.99% like they do in the hand sanitizer. And here's the thing in statistics. It's really impossible to get to 100%. Like, there's always going to be that one person. So the fact that it said 100% of MAGA, not Republicans, but of MAGA support the Iran war, yeah, CNN, they're trying to make us look like a cult, because only a cult has 100% on anything that a leader does. Like, there's always going to be people that be like, I don't know about that. And then hold on. So are we just going to take out all of Tucker Carlson's fans, all of Candace Owens's fans, all of Megyn Kelly's fans, like millions, who they got millions, by the way, who they consider themselves MAGA, who also disagree with this war, and we're just saying F them as well? It's insane. Like, it really don't make sense.
in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the Strait. We get
Sadly, I
none
am a minority.
practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the Strait. We're defending the Strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the Strait, and they're the ones that need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war is. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it.
Oh, yeah, let me show you it right here. I actually found the video. Here it is.
A member of MAGA in the GOP, and this is one of those. Because
What
just
is
take a look
AI?
here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA in the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0%. Say that.
Kind of see how he made it seem like it were a cult. Like, well, if you're part of MAGA, you're automatically in support of the war. Like, and it's kind of like what the propaganda is going on our side, where, oh, well, if you're not in agreement with this war, you're an American, you were never MAGA. Oh, you're soft, even though the guys who are saying you're soft never really served a day in the military in their life. It's like, it's funny how that works out. But yeah, this is impossible. Like, think about it like this. I'm MAGA, so how's it 100%? Like, where's so don't I get a 0.001 or something? Ain't I worth something? Isn't the fans of Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, aren't they worth something as well? Like, if they just said 80%, I'd have been like, you know what, I could believe that. But 100, all right, come on now. Y'all lying y'all ass off at this point. But all right, let's go ahead and get over to Pete Hegseth answering some questions.
Support. As far as the internet, we're watching the regime try to tighten its grip as much as possible.
Here we go.
Well, we wouldn't want to set a definitive time frame on that, but as we've said, we're on plan. So we're looking at those metrics very closely, relaying that to the president and the national security team, but feel confident that as, again, we're more stand in means we're over the top, even further in, and we have even more of an exact sense of what we're striking and why, and even more dynamically, meaning because the intelligence improves, we're able to more quickly identify targets when they, let's say they come out of an underground facility where they've been hiding and able to strike it before it strikes or right after it shoots. But we're very much on plan. And that's why I want to speak to the American people here. You hear a lot of noise about widening or new missions or speculation about what we should or should not be doing. This is a clear set of objectives. The president has given us every capability we need to accomplish that. We've got the best in the world in uniform, executing it on the ground. They believe in and are invested in this mission. And it will be at the president's choosing, ultimately, where we say, hey, we've achieved what we need to on behalf of the American people to ensure our security. So no time set on that, but we're very much on track. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real America's Voice News. What countries have been the most cooperative with us, including the Gulf states as Europe hedges? And I also wanted to ask you, the internet blackouts by the regime, it's been shut down for weeks. Is the U.S. military playing a role in, fighting against the regime, blocking VPN networks and satellites and other things? Is there a role for the?
I mean, no, we're actually helping them do it. Now, we actually bombed the media center, like, where they put out their news and all that. We actually bombed that. I mean, we're bombing communication centers as well. So don't you think we're kind of contributing to why there's an internet blackout in Iran? I mean, don't you think bombing the Tehran and is going to cause some electrical problems where nobody's going to have any real service? It's kind of funny how they're trying to blame, oh, well, it's all Iran doing the media blackout. I mean, we're pretty much destroying one of their major cities, which is going to cause cell phone service to be dropped, electricity to be dropped. Oh, yeah, and we also destroyed some of their news stations. So what do you think is going to happen?
U.S. military there?
Obviously, on the allies and partners side, Israel from day one has been an incredible and capable partner.
Yo, and shout out to my man S.E.T. He said Trump said he decides what MAGA is, and if he heard you talking, he'd say you aren't MAGA. Remember, MAGA is Mark Levin now, which is cooked. We're cooked if that's the case. If MAGA is Mark Levin, then hey, what that lady said is right. MAGA's dead because the anti-Trumpers, the guys who was anti-Trump, is now pro-Trump because Trump is all for war with Iran, because he's all for the agenda that Israel wants to do. And that's the only reason why these anti-Trumpers are with Trump. Like the reason why they were against Trump, because Trump showed no signs into wanting to get into a war, and that's why they didn't want Trump. Like, and this is what a lot of people got to realize about guys like Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and the rest of these traitors bastards. I'm sorry, but the rest of these pro-Israel bastards is that, bro, they don't care about American interests. They don't care about the American people. They care about Israel, and they care about Israel's interests. So the fact that Donald Trump wasn't with that in his first term is the reason why they didn't like him. And then they started liking him when he got out of the JCPOA, because they realized, oh yeah, this is our pathway to war with Iran. That's when they start liking him. That's when they start kissing his ass. That's when they said, oh no, this is a president of action. No, this is the president that you can finally see your war getting, I would guess, actualized through. And that's the terrible part about this, because he's pushed away all the America First guys, all the anti-war guys, for the warmongering pro-Israel guys. And everybody's calling it out, but as soon as you call it out, you're anti-Semitic, or you were never Trump, or you were never MAGA. I mean, like I said, or you're just un-American. It's whatever to hide the fact that yes, MAGA has been taken over by the pro-war guys, by the pro-Israel guys. These are not they're not MAGA. They're not America First either. They're far from that. But yet they have the presidency here.
And able. There's nothing like capabilities and partners that are able to use
we're cooked.
The Gulf states have stepped up incredibly. In fact, Iran's sort of reckless attempt to strike civilian infrastructure and other things has brought countries who maybe would have not been as all in as they are today squarely into our orbit. And we're proud to be defending with them, standing with them, you name it. UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and others who have been right there. And we're grateful for that kind of support. As far as the internet, we're watching the regime try to tighten its grip as much as possible. And we're obviously taking countermeasures, many of which we can't talk about here, to ensure that messaging is delivered, not just to the Iranian people writ large, but to the right audiences, certain audiences that need to hear certain things about what their fate might look like or what their choices are. So even though that regime is trying really hard to ensure the world can't see, right? They want to put out fake AI generated images, which, by the way, sometimes our press happens to fall for, like the Abraham Lincoln on fire and turning around. These AI generated images are meant to make it look like something's happening when the exact opposite is. So they make up fake reports and fake images to lie to their own people, to try to make it. But even then, their own people can barely receive a lot of those messages and communicate because of the blackout that they've imposed upon them. But we work around that for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General, overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf. They managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war? And Mr. Secretary, you mentioned civilian infrastructure. Iran seems to be treating U.S. diplomatic outposts, embassies, consulates like they are legitimate hard targets in the region now. What is the
And here's the thing, Dow. You know, Qatar's oil fields got hit, right? Yeah, they got hit, and I got the video right here. And yes, this is an AI, by the way, because this has actually been all over media. But yes, this is Qatar, and this is videos of their oil fields getting hit, oil infrastructure getting hit. Mainly because of Israel.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
You know what the problem is? This is one of the reasons why, if Trump is like, pulling back on Carg Island, this is why. Because if we were to take Carg Island and block off that access point for Iran, then what's going to keep them from attacking all oil infrastructure, all water infrastructure in the region, which they can do. And then people are trying to go through the Red Sea and all that good stuff, go through the back way, and which Oman is trying to do. And let's be real, all Iran got to do is ring up the Houthis and tell them to just start doing what they usually do and cause hell in the Red Sea. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be back on their pirating shit again. So yeah, it's not looking good. It does seem like, and it does seem like we didn't want to admit this, but Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz. They have like regional dominance there. Sadly.
अरे शाला अब यार पीछे से मार रहा है हाँ? उधर से आ रहा है ओ शिट हो चुका है portas oh shit oh रे oh my god अब यार भाग क्यों रहे हो
All right, let's get over to back to my man P. Hegseth. Now that you guys pretty much know what's going on in Qatar, and like I said, look, Israel, they went and hit one of Iran's oil infrastructures, and this is why Trump was pretty mad at them, because it's like, dog, what are you doing? Don't you know that they're going to start attacking oil infrastructures in the region? And I mean, I guess they don't care because they don't got any skin in the game. That's the scary thing about Israel. Is like they're playing like they literally got nothing to lose. That's like wild. And the fact that we're following up behind them, letting them do it is insane. Like they're going to attack oil fields because they don't give a damn that they cause an economic fallout. They don't care. They're going to sit there and bomb civilians and all that stuff because, well, look what they did in Gaza. They don't care. We're following, bro. Our war partner is probably one of the most reckless countries in history. Like that's a problem right there.
On doing to, I guess, secure those assets, stop those attacks?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the question on the missile strike.
Oh, and shout out to my man Sid. He said Trump was never a dove. He doesn't believe anything. He only said whatever he thought would get him elected, and he contradicted himself constantly. I would say this. Honestly, no, he was on the right path. Everything he was doing, everything he said he promised he was doing. And then once this war popped off, which was honestly something he promised he wouldn't do, once that popped off, I'm not even going to lie. That's when he just started walking back on all of his promises at that point. It's like, I guess when you walk back on one, I guess you just got to say, all right, F it. I'm walking back on one. I guess we're breaking all of them. And that's pretty much what seems to be going down. Because like I said, he promised us a better economy. He promised us more affordability. And he was doing that. And then all of a sudden, he starts this war now that's being walked back. I mean, shoot, the war might even walk back certain investments. I mean, bro, Qatar bought a whole lot of jets and all this good stuff, put a whole lot of money into our AIs. So if that goes away, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to be the fallout of our economy. And that is going to be another promise that Trump broke. So here's the thing. I think I'm not going to assume duplicity. I'm going to assume that Trump had good intentions. But like he said, they took a detour and it's all fucked up now. It's like when he shouldn't have never took a detour. He shouldn't let nobody take him off his pivot because that's how everybody fails. Like your tunnel vision, you lose that tunnel vision and then you fail the mission. And that's exactly what Trump did. He lost his tunnel vision.
Right. You know, as we said and have always said clearly, they came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium range ballistic missile capability and their short range missile capability. So we are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them. And we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region that will allow us to protect those. And we're working with our partners across the Gulf region to help them improve any defensive capabilities that they may need.
To that point on capabilities, you know, Iran is an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. And that's why you had millions of Iranians protesting, because they felt like they're.
It was so funny when he says, "Oh, the Iranians didn't use their oil to invest in their people." Well, the last time we did that, yeah, we overthrew their leader. Yeah, they had a president that tried to nationalize their oil. And wait, what do we do? Oh, yeah, we got him up out of there. So it is funny when they say that, oh, well, they didn't want to use their money or their resource to help their people. Well, every time they try to, we get in the way of that. And that's just the sad reality of it.
Condition quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. But it doesn't mean they won't still have some and try to hold people at issue, which is why we're fighting every single day to continue to compel. And you mentioned embassies and consulates. Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. And so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target, and we're still seeing that. Jerry.
As part of the justification for the war against Iran, the White House has laid out in fairly comprehensive fashion the Iranian regime's 47 years of terrorism aimed at the U.S., including pointing to the IRGC's provision of weapons and EFPs to help kill Americans in Iraq. The Pentagon in 2019 assessed Iran was responsible for the deaths of at least 603 service members in Iraq, but there hasn't been a similar public accounting by Iran's role helping the Taliban in Afghanistan. And that also hasn't been part of the White House's public argument. I was wondering if you could speak to Iran's role in helping the Taliban during the war in Afghanistan. And Chairman, as you and the Secretary eloquently spoke about, 13 U.S. service members have been killed so far during Operation Epic Fury. I was wondering what lessons have been learned from those deaths, both from Iranian strikes, from an aircraft refueling accident. How are those lessons being applied to the current conflict? And how are those lessons going to be applied to a potential conflict in Indo-PACOM?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. And it's true. In a town that can have a very short memory, President Trump does not. He remembers what this Iranian regime was founded on, what their declaration has been from the beginning: death to America, death to Israel. They've stated that. They've intended to, in every way, try to accomplish that, killing Americans in any theater they can, embassies for quite a long time. In Iraq, that was the deadliest weapon.
Yeah, let's also not forget the fact that we gave Saddam Hussein those chemical weapons to use against Iranians. And, they know that we did that, by the way. I hope you know this. I hope you know that every time Iran attacked us, it wasn't for no reason. I'll be real with you. And that's how a lot of warmongers like to frame it. They like to frame us as just these innocent people sitting on the side, and we didn't do nothing. They just attacked us. When that's far from the truth. I dare you, look up any altercation we had with Iran, and it's always been a tit for tat situation. It's always been a back and forth. But for some reason, these guys always want to frame it as, oh, well, Iran just this big bad whoop that just picks on us for no reason. I'm like, bro, come on now. That's us. That's what we do. Let's keep it a buck. No. So I always do say, look at the nuance into the situation. I'm not agreeing at all with Iran has done in the past at all. It is atrocious. But to sit there and make this seem like, oh, they're just this people that you just can't work with, they're always going to hate us, they're always going to attack us. No, that's not true. Maybe if we left them the F alone and not support their enemies, we'd be in good standing with them. But for some reason, we just can't do that. And they just got to be enemy number one in the Middle East. They just have to be.
Weapon was the EFP, the explosively formed penetrator. I was there when that tactic and technique started to emerge, and the realization was it wasn't just jihadis putting together 155 rounds daisy chained. It was an entire state, a country with its apparatus able to mold steel in a way that was specifically designed to penetrate American armor and kill Americans. This was not, maybe we send them a couple of thoughts about how to build a bomb. This was Iran specifically passing technology and wherewithal and personnel into Iraq to kill Americans specifically. I know the number is said to be 600. A lot of us think it's higher than that, given the amount of capability they brought in. So they have been at war with us, whether we acknowledge it or not, for 47 years. The same goes in Afghanistan.
They've been at war. Son of a bitch. That is crazy. We've been at war with them for 47 years. Really, bro? So what? We've been putting boots on the ground. We've been doing airstrikes all through Iran for 47 years. Are you really that dumb? Like, and people who say that, I'm be real with you, I gotta sit there and kind of like doubt your intelligence. I'm just like, so what? Have we done any ground invasions in Iran? No. What about airstrikes in Iran within the past, I don't know, 5 to 10 years? No. So, well, so outside of 2025, of course. So how are we at war with them? Shoot, how are we at war with them when we was doing a peace deal or we're trying to get or we was in them with negotiations under Obama? Like, we weren't at war with them then. So when people say, oh, we've been at war with them for 47 years, what, since the start of the regime that we helped put in power? Like, this is where the double speak is, and this is where I just say, look, let's just let bygones be bygones. We're mad about their proxies. Fantastic. Let's drop our proxies and everybody can be cool. I mean, we're upset about their nuclear capabilities. Okay, great. Let's put them back under the JCPOA and let's just leave it at that. Like, it could all be so simple, but for some reason we're making it complicated and stretching this out literally now into a war.
Name the Islamist enemy, whether they are Sunni or Shia, because this is a Shia regime, Sunni or Shia, and Iran.
And I would tell somebody, do some research. We've supplied chemical weapons to their enemies to use against them. We provided backup to their enemies to be used against them. I mean, it's a tit for tat game. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you don't really know the story, what was going on, if you just think that, oh, they were just attacking us for no reason, Set. No, they weren't. They was attacking us for a reason that they stated multiple times. It's like, you're helping our enemy. You're like, bro, you gave chemical weapons to Saddam. I mean, wouldn't that be your enemy too? Wait, they are our enemy because what? They're also supporting proxies that go against us as well. So trust me, I get it, and I don't like it either, but let's not pretend that we don't do it ourselves. It's like, bro, look what we did in Syria, and we pushed them out of Syria. Like, I'm all happy about that, but let's not pretend that that wasn't an aggression against them. That's the problem. It's like we frame ourselves as the hero every single time, and these guys, and we're just the victims every time a soldier dies or every time they commit an attack, when the attack happened because of usually U.S. interference. It don't just happen because we're just sitting there minding our business. If that was the case, we were sitting there minding our business, we would never have been in the Middle East in the first place.
Iran's been willing to harbor them as long as that group is willing to try to kill Americans. So the enemy of their enemy has been their friend as well in the Islamist world. So Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's around the world, has been targeting Americans. And what they wanted.
And shout out S.E.T. He's like, Trump wants to be president again for 2 reasons: to stay out of prison. I mean, honestly, I could agree to that. And to make money off the office. He's already made over $4 billion himself, which is true, through his crypto ventures and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you know what? There is some, I'll give you that one. I give you that. But then again, it's like this. I would have to low-key get mad at every president that made money during their presidency. And I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Over the past couple of decades, what president hasn't made money while in office? Like, let's be honest. Like, Biden made money in office, Obama made money in office, Trump made money in office both times. George Bush, the Bushes, like, it's just what they do. And it ain't right. It ain't right, but it's just what they do. Which do need to be stopped, though. Maybe there should be like some type of law where it's saying you can't make a dime while you in the White House, not a dime. So you're working off purely the interests of the American people and not the interests of your pockets. Like, that'd be fair.
In this context, and what President Trump would not tolerate, is a regime of that nature being closer and closer to nuclear capabilities, a capability they would have said they would want to use, and we ought to believe what our enemies say they would do if they got the most dangerous weapon in the world. So it's been across every theater that Iran's been a threat to America, and sometimes we have to remind folks of that. But thank goodness we have a commander-in-chief who, on behalf of this country, has internalized that and said, hey,
see, that's the thing. When you say, how are they a threat to America? They got to bring up the past. Well, you know, they attacked us like a while back. Yeah, but how are they imminent a threat to America today? Because let's be real, you didn't say you're attacking them because of the years of attacks from past attacks. You're not going off that. We already got our get back for that a while ago. It's like I said, it's been a tit for tat game. So how today is Iran this imminent threat? Because 47 years ago, they wasn't an imminent threat. 20 years into the regime, they wasn't an imminent threat. Under Obama, they wasn't an imminent threat. But all of a sudden now, with Trump, they're an imminent threat. With ballistic missiles that can't reach us, I mean, maybe the proxies can. I'll give you that. The proxies could possibly reach us. And with nuclear capabilities that, well, be real, they don't have a nuclear weapon. So that's not a threat to us. So I'm really wondering, where is this huge threat that's coming from Iran?
We're going to do something about it.
Jerry, I do want to talk about the lessons learned question because it's important to me. I won't share particular tactical lessons, and the KC-135 incident is under investigation. But I do want to talk about how I think about this and how we think about it. And this is something that I'm pretty passionate about. I believe the Joint Force has to be a very fast learning organization. Early, often, and always. And so in each case, both at the strategic, operational, and tactical level, we've charged the Joint Force to look at themselves and say, what was our plan? Well, first, did we have a plan? Yes or no? The answer is always yes, because we plan for literally everything. Did we execute our plan? Yes or no? If we did it work? If not, why not? If we didn't execute our plan, but did something better, what's the lesson learned associated with that? And then how do we quickly capture those lessons after every loss or every engagement and quickly adopt those lessons and then share them across the entirety of the Joint Force? And inside the Joint Staff, we've tasked our J7 Directorate under the lead of Lieutenant General Lazewski, a United States Marine, to be extremely entrepreneurial in harvesting and capturing those lessons in a proactive and not reactive way. In fact, we've got teammates from the J7 who are now spread out across the CENTCOM theater, both here in the States and forward, to ensure that in every opportunity, we do not miss a chance to grab that lesson and quickly accelerate it into the practice that we adopt inside the Joint Force, so that if there's a loss or if there's something that we can learn from, that we learn it not only in the CENTCOM AOR, but we adapt it across all of the combatant commands, not just Indo-PACOM. And it's across all of the warfighting functions. I've asked them to look rigorously, to check our egos at the door, to remember this is about what's right, not who's right, and to be clinical around the way we look at lessons learned, because we owe it to the force to do that. Thanks for that question.
Absolutely. Brown jacket at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Jonathan Dre with Roca Politics. As you said, at the end of this war, Iran will be without a missile or drone capability, a navy, or the ability to make nuclear weapons. Since the largest threat and sponsor of terror in the region will be incapacitated, are there plans to move assets and troops out of the Middle East? I guess in a perfect world, a year after the war has ended, what does the military presence in the Middle East look like compared to before the war?
Well, I appreciate the question. I do think when you address a real threat head on, it creates new options on the other side, right? I think what President Trump refuses to do, which too often this town does, is just sit in the status quo. Oh, nobody can do about that. They've got too much capability. What if this happens? What if that happens? He instead says, what's in the interest of the American people? It's going to take some courage. It's going to take some capabilities. We're going to have to gather some forces there in order to do it. We're not going to tell people how many or how long or what we're willing to do or what we're not willing to do. But if you do that and do that decisively, then out the other end is a recognition that it opens the aperture of what's possible. I mean, President Trump did the same thing in creating an opportunity for the Abraham Accords. Now you've got a situation where a lot of those countries are coming alongside us, recognizing the threat of Iran. So I think our posture in the future will be based first and foremost on our own national security, power projection, the ability to defend our people and our interests. But no doubt, working alongside our partners, the president will look at what makes the most sense going forward. I appreciate that question. Yes, right here.
War crime, is that the policy of the U.S. military now?
Thank you, Secretary Hexa. Two questions for you. The Vice President has often emphasized that the goal of this war is to denuclearize Iran while also...
Oh, and shout out to our man, the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. And hey, shout out, man. Shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys. Shout out Sid and the lunatic libertarian.
So avoiding allergic quagmire. I know that you touched on this. I'd like you to expand on how do you do that? How do you denuclearize the country while also avoiding this, forever war? And then there was a report last night that the Pentagon asked the White House for $200 billion.
We want to denuclearize the country first. We got to find out where the stockpile's at, and we're most likely going to have to put boots on the ground to secure the stockpile. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, look, if the goal isn't to put boots on the ground, then you're not going to complete most of your goals. They're like, and if your goal is regime change, that won't be done. If your goal is securing their nuclear capability, that won't be done without putting boots on the ground. I mean, if you want to decimate their military capability, you will have to put boots on the ground to, you know, hollow out those underground bunkers that they're in. So it's like only so much can be done with airstrikes, sadly.
For Iran war supplemental. Can you confirm this, and can you explain why a package this large is necessary?
Well, first of all, none of this would have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without that audacious mission with very clear goals that did obliterate their ability to enrich and the capabilities they have in those facilities.
Well, here we
so
are.
It created the conditions for Iran to step forward and say, okay, you can reach out and touch us like that in our nuclear ambitions. You can see that we're still trying to do this. Let's make a deal. And President Trump put our two best folks on it, Steve and Jared, and they worked diligently, earnestly. I watched it to try to pursue that deal. And ultimately, I think the whole time Iran sort of said, well, we'll talk as we build more missiles and as we build more UAVs and we create this conventional umbrella so that if we chose to, we could try to reconstitute the program. And sort of naively thinking that President Trump wouldn't do something about it. And that's why, as Secretary Rubio has said, and I've said—
Hey, remember, that's not what Iran was doing. Iran was actually confused how they would be coming in talking about their nuclear capabilities and how you guys would move the goalposts to their ballistic missiles and to their proxies. And once you guys even touched on the ballistic missiles, that's when Iran was just like, yeah, no, we're not even dealing with that. And here's the thing. You're basically saying that, okay, so what, does Iran not have a right to defend themselves? Like, you're like, I understand them not having a nuclear weapon. Like, of course, we don't want that. But to say that, oh, well, they can't have ballistic missiles or build ballistic missiles either, and if they do, it's for getting towards a nuclear weapon. I mean, well, then I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot of like countries that don't have a nuke that's building missiles. Are we going to use that same logic against them? Like, come on now. Just because they're building missiles doesn't mean, oh, well, they're going towards a nuke. No, it means that they're honestly, it kind of shows how they're not trying to build a nuke, because then why not just put all their effort into building that nuke? They had months to do so. Instead, they just made more missiles. And they could have enriched to uranium. They could have enriched to 90%. They could have went ahead and, you know, carried out to make a bomb, even though we'd have catch them doing it. But I'll be real with you, long they kept it underground and we were just bombing above ground, they'd been able to finish that bomb. Or they could have traded some oil to North Korea for a bomb, or maybe they could ask Russia or China for one. Like, to be honest with you, there's a lot of ways they could have easily got themselves a bomb without even have to make it themselves. So it kind of goes to show that Iran had no interest of getting a bomb, since they had allies, or they had enough oil and resources to trade for one. And they have allies that, well, they, like I said, they could have reached out and worked out a deal for one, or at least for nuclear protection, but they didn't.
Conventional umbrella that was growing and growing and growing, that was meant to protect that nuclear capability. So you had to address both what happened with Midnight Hammer and what happened with that as well. As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously.
Oh, yeah, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video right now. Yes, I'm currently shadow banned again. It's almost like a once a month thing that lasts for a week at this point. It's like insane, which I need to honestly talk to YouTube about, but you know how YouTube is, man. They'll just sit there in your face and gaslight you and say, oh, what you mean? Nothing's happening. Well, we don't see anything. Well, we don't like to use the word shadow banned. So I'm not even going to talk to those guys. I'm just going to wait it out like I had to last time, and maybe look in the background in my analytics and see if I'm missing anything.
It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined. And I think, we're also still dealing with the environment that Joe Biden created, which was depleting those stockholds and not sending them to our own military, but to Ukraine. which is every time we reach back and look at any sort of a challenge we have, it goes back to, well, send it to Ukraine. Ultimately, we think this should be these munitions are better spent in our own interests at this point, and this kind of funding bill is going to ensure that we're properly funded going forward. We'll take one more right here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. So with the strike yesterday on South Par's gas field.
All right, guys. Well, hold on.
You know, if the U.S. didn't know about it or didn't approve of it, it kind of seems like a trend of Israel apparently pursuing their own objectives over U.S. objectives. I'm not sure if you agree with.
Yeah, this is why entering into this war or following up with Israel was a very dumb idea, because we don't have the same goals. Israel wants regime change. They want taking out their nuclear capabilities, want taking out their ballistic missiles. But here's the funny thing about Israel. They're not willing to commit to all of that. So isn't it kind of crazy how Israel want all these things, but they're not willing to put ground troops in Iran, but they'll go ahead and take on weaker Lebanon and put ground troops there, the cowards. But it's kind of funny how they want us to put in our troops, us to use our military might to achieve, well, their goals. Because, I mean, think about it. He said, oh, well, we don't want to do regime change or nation building. Okay, well, if we don't want to do that, that's what Israel wants to do. And they're committed to that. So what are we even doing, bombing their infrastructure and all this good stuff, taking out the Ayatollah, if regime change is not the goal? Like, don't even make sense then.
That, but the president has said he doesn't want to hit Iran's oil infrastructure right now. As you said, the U.S. avoided this on Park Island. Oil's nearing $120. Why are we helping Israel prosecute this war if they're going to pursue their own objectives?
We hold the cards. We have objectives. Those objectives are clear. We have allies pursuing objectives as well. And the truth speaks for itself. I mean, President Trump was very clear about that. Iran has weaponized energy for decades. Israel clearly sent a warning, and POTUS has made it clear, very clear. Iran knows when you hit Carg Island and you hit military capabilities on Carg Island, which is the only thing we hit, we can hold anything at issue, anything. The United States military controls the fate of that country. Iran has the ability to make the right choices. It should not, going forward, target Arab allies, Arab countries, trying to create pain, the pain that they created themselves.
I don't know about that, man. They kind of told us that if we attack them, then they were going to start attacking everybody in the region that has our bases. And that's exactly what they did. So Iran told us what they were going to do, and we just said, I bet you won't, and they end up doing it. I mean, that's just a sad reality of the situation right there. But all right, guys, let's get into our guy, Joe Kent, man. This guy, Joe Kent, bro, real ass American. He's a real one. Joe Kent is a real one at this point. And here's the thing. A lot of people are attacking Joe Kent. And like I said, anybody who goes against the war is now no longer MAGA. And so funny, after he, publicly went against this war and publicly resigned, all of a sudden the FBI is putting an investigation on him. They said it was a couple months out and all this good stuff, but it's like, okay, so he was a leaker 3 months ago and you didn't put it out until he disagreed with you guys on this war, and we're supposed to think that that doesn't look funny. But okay. Oh, same thing with Tucker Carlson, by the way. Oh, Tucker Carlson comes out in the president's face. We don't want to go to war. He's very vociferous about this. And all of a sudden, the CIA is looking at his messages, and he's getting investigated. That's not strange to you guys. And then here's the thing. This is I'm gonna be real with you. It's making me think that MAGA Loki has a disloyal feature in it, because we're talking about people who campaign harder than me. Campaign harder than you for Trump, like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. They got more people to vote for Trump than Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and whatever pro-Israel guy you can think of combined. So to sit there and try to say that, oh, they're traitors, they're sellouts. No, bro, you're the traitor, you're the sellout. Sorry, not them. They held to their convictions. You just went with the crowd. And that's just the reality of
3 weeks.
You lack testicle fortitude and you just went along to get along. But all right, though, let's see what Joe Kent got to say.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't.
Shout out Jet. Shadow Ban fits CNN BS 100% MAGA approval narrative. Bro, I would say the same thing. I mean, like Sid kind of super chatted about it a little bit ago, and I was just like, bro, that's impossible. Even me and Monty was like debating it on X, and I was just like, Monty, look, I know you want to see that there is overwhelming support for this war, but 100% MAGA, bro. I mean, dog, you're smart enough to see through that. And I know Monty, he's smart enough to see through that. Like, really, 100% when I'm right here in front of you as MAGA telling you that I don't agree with this. When we got people, Kenneth Owens, Tucker Carlson, like all these other MAGA influencers who don't support this, we just don't exist now. That's propaganda. And that's basically painting us like a cult. Because now you're pretty much trying to say that we are just going along with it because we're MAGA. No, the fuck we're not. There's plenty of people, over 1 million plus, that don't agree with this. That's in MAGA. And now they're just throwing us under the rug just to go ahead and say, oh, no, it's 100% approval rating. And if you're not, don't approve of it, I guess you're just not MAGA. Bro, this is propaganda. This is brainwashing at its highest. Because they're literally saying that, well, no, this war is good. War's good. When MAGA used to be war is bad. So, like, and here's the thing. I know that's what you guys are going to tell. No, so we're not trying to say war is good. Well, yes, you are. Because you guys were anti-war, no nation building, no regime change, and all this good stuff. Now, here's the Iran war with no goals in sight, but they were talking about regime change, nation building in the beginning, and you guys ain't calling it out. If anything, you're trying to create excuses like, oh, well, Iran was a threat for 47 years. They weren't an imminent threat. Sure, they were an adversary, but they weren't an imminent threat to the United States, and that is what they went off of. So let's not play stupid here and bring up, oh, well, they've been a threat for 47 years. That don't matter. I'm sorry, it don't. We're talking about an imminent threat. But like I said, it is what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and have to deal with this with the MAGA crowd because, well, I'm in it. And I ain't leaving. Man, they ain't gonna kick me out just because we disagree. Because I'm gonna be real with you, that's when it truly becomes a cult. When y'all not allowing anybody in there who disagrees with you because you just want to believe in Trump so bad. And I get that. I get it. We all put our bets in on the man, but you got to admit when things aren't looking good, or else you're just going to be delusional and you're just going to walk the country off a cliff. Just like they did with Biden. And bro, the same thing we're doing now is what the Dems did. Bro, any Democrat that was calling out the failing economy under Biden, they pushed that man out. Any Dem who called out Biden's health, they pushed that man out. Now look what you and MAGA doing right now. Anybody that calls out the war, you pushing them out. Anybody that calls out Trump, you pushing them out. You're doing the same fucking thing.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago when this started.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region. And their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, that's also a good point, too. Like, give up your nukes. Give up your ballistic weapons. What, like Muammar Gaddafi so you can just come in and destabilize Iran? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like I said, these guys who just said, oh, well, they should have went along with the deal. I mean, do you not know history? Do you like what you think these Arab countries, or I'm sorry, but these Muslim countries ain't sit around and watch what we did to Libya, watch what we did to other Muslim countries? Like, really? You didn't think they seen Gaddafi gave up his weapons and did everything the Americans said, and look what happened to him. Exactly. I mean, bro, we don't leave any good examples for these people to go off of. I mean, we're not even like negotiating in good faith. Like, I don't even know what we're doing in the Middle East most of the time. It don't make sense. Like, and it's not for our interests. And it just can't be because we can't even define a clear goal. Oh, and shout out to my man Sid. He says CNN said 100 approval rate for Trump among Republicans that identify as MAGA. Yeah. He said it. He pretty much said 100% of MAGA approves of this. So he's pretty much saying, yes, Republicans who identify as MAGA is at 100% approval, which would be me. And I'm not at approval. But he said 90% approval rating for the war. You also missed my last super chat. I did. Whoops. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. He said you should play the thing I sent you a couple days ago. It's funny. It's a funny edit. All right, I got you. Actually,
regime changed him, and he was, executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Sodomized by a bayonet. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's that's the lesson I think that the entire region took from that when Hillary Clinton.
Unfortunately, that is what the neocon, neoliberal warmongers, that's the lesson that they showed everyone in the region. And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, okay, we've got a nuke, whether they were bluffing or not, Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had this,
hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. So the Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we all assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon, and that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing it.
And here's the thing, guys. So guess what? Iran wasn't going to attack us. Like honestly, think about this. And this is the problem with people. People radicalize the Iranian people. They radicalize the Iranian people to these people that are so bloodthirsty for America that they just can't wait to bomb us. And no, that's not true. The only reason why they yell death to America is because we've been interfering in their politics forever now. Forever. And they're tired of it and they hate it and they feel like we don't want, and they know that we're not in it for their best interest. That's the reason why. Honestly, Iran just want to be left the fuck alone. Like, that's it. That's all. Iran don't want to attack us. They don't want to nuke us. And I'm be honest with you, if they did, then they'd have rushed towards it already. Like I said, they have multiple ways they could have went towards a nuke. Multiple ways. Like I said, they could have traded oil for a nuke or asked China or Russia for nuclear protection or Pakistan for nuclear protection. They could have kissed up to a nuclear power and got that same result. So if Iran really wanted to go towards a nuclear weapon, they'd have went toward 90% uranium, and they could have done that in secret. But the problem is, we'd have been able to see the moving of materials, the radiation, and all that weeks before they was able to actually get to a bomb. So that's the thing. When people say they were 2 weeks away from a bomb, well, there's no intelligence showing that whatsoever. There's no showing of moving of materials, no high marks of radiation in a certain spot. None of that. None of that. Actually, as he says, there is a religious law that says that we are not allowed to make nukes because it is inhumane, which they got a point. So all of this, they're just waiting to bomb us. They're just waiting to hit us. That's a lie just to sell you the war. It's a lie.
We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Then why was the president, was he told that they were on the brink of it? Why at the beginning of every conversation about Iran would the president say, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Why was that the central question when, and you would know since you were the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, why would he say that if there was no intelligence or evidence that they were actually developing a nuke?
So a couple things. This is what I talk about in the letter about this ecosystem of information that's laundered through a lot of prominent neoconservative types that are very sympathetic to the Israeli cause, and then also Israeli government officials who give us things in semi-official channels. What they did was they created basically a shifting red line or a new red line. So that if the president's red line was Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, we've actually got a lot of trade space in there for a deal to be made. Because of what I just described with the Iranian policy. Essentially, the Iranians saying, okay, well, we don't want a nuclear weapon. Well, that means we basically are at a point where we can start negotiating and we can come up with a deal. And the president is a fantastic deal maker. So if your goal is to move us away from any kind of deal and your goal is to move us into a conflict, you have to shift that red line. And that's where a lot of this I would say, what became a de facto U.S. policy of Iran can have no nuclear enrichment. It was laundered through a lot of the different talking heads, Mark Levin, Mark Dubowitz. You've got the Foundation.
Yeah, that is true. It went from they can't have no nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, which is fair because I mean that's how you get to a nuclear weapon is through nuclear enrichment. But the problem is though that we didn't try to honestly negotiate with them when it came to their nuclear enrichment. We try to say that, oh well, we want you to stop doing no enrichment, you get no ballistic missiles, and you got to stop your proxies. And let's be real, at that point, there's really no negotiating, and that's not negotiation. That's just us threatening them at that point, telling them what they better do or else.
For the defense of democracies, you name it. Washington, D.C. has plenty of pro-Israeli lobbyists who will come and say those things, who will publish think pieces on it, who will go on the media, who will run.
And if you don't know who Joe Kent is, I'll go ahead and do this again. This guy, Joe Kent, I ain't gonna lie, he's number one when it comes to, well, this type of intelligence. Like, this is like, look, let's go over all of his positions. He was the 75th Ranger Regiment, whatever, Army Special Forces. Let's see here, Intelligence Support Activity and Special Activities Center. And pretty much, this guy was basically CIA. This man's been working in intelligence for a while. He fought these Iranian proxies. He's fought against the very people that he's basically saying that we don't need to be in war with them. So it's kind of funny how people are trying to come out here and say, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. Oh, who is he? Well, he used to work for the Special Activities Center, and it's basically the center of the United States, well, CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. So yes, he was all on top of all these intelligence on the ground operations to get intelligence on Iran, like Syria, like Lebanon. He's that guy you go to. He was the top guy. Intelligence support is like this guy was known for working out field operations, study and analysis activity, tactical concept activity. These are the guys who literally look at these countries, get intel on them, and then tell the president, yo, this is what's going on. If we were to attack them, this is what's to happen. He's that guy. But for some reason, the pro-Israel guys want to pretend like he's just some neocon nobody. And actually, you know what? Let me see here. I know Monty actually sent me a video on X where, because he has some past remarks, right? He has some past remarks where I guess he was pretty much support of the war. And I ain't gonna lie, it's taken a bit out of context, in my opinion. Let's see here. This interview was in August of 2024. So 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago. And this is what they're dinging him on right now.
They're still registering for the draft.
Yep. And I mean, here's the thing. I'm not sure where they was going with this. He's like, you mean disintelligence? Just 3 months ago, it wasn't 3 months ago, Jay Kent laid out on Sean Ryan's shows just how much of an enemy and a threat Iran is. This is how delusional some of these guys are. Did he really lay out how much of a threat Iran was? He just pretty much laid out how there's pretty much a power struggle in Iraq, how we have our influence in there and they have their influence and are kind of just clashing with each other. As I said, it's a tit for tat game. Didn't really prove how Iran's a threat, though, to us, an imminent threat to the United States, how they can attack the United States at any time. I mean, all they showed that, well, they can attack Iraq. And I mean, it is right next to them, so duh.
You know, op-eds in the Wall Street Journal to talk about this, why they can't have any enrichment whatsoever. And then we have a high degree of engagement with Israeli government officials who will come in and say, well, they're enriching and they could enrich.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Noah. He says, if they want to wage a war, then our leaders can go in and fight other leaders 1v1, then watch how many new wars start. Literally. You know what? I guarantee you, if to be a politician, you have to sign your kids up, or to be president, yeah, any politician, you have to sign your kids up for the army. It has to be done, or you're not allowed to be a politician. That should be a new rule. Because I guarantee you, they're not going to sit there and look at their kid and be like, yeah, let's send this into a senseless war with no goal. And let me send my kid in there too. Guarantee you they won't do it. I guarantee you if Barron Trump was going into this war, Donald Trump would be like, whoa, hold on now. Let's just kill this right now. I'm sorry, my bad, guys. I was tripping. Like, yeah, I think at this point, bro, we need to make it a law. Like, you know what? You can't be in politics unless you got some skin in the game. Some real skin in the game. Either your kids, your wife, your husband is going to go to war if you want to go ahead and support it. You got to have some skin in the game. Because all the, like Lindsey Graham, he ain't got no kids. Bro ain't even got a wife or nobody. He ain't got nobody in his life. Like, this man, that I can see why he supports war. Mark Levin, I mean, he got 2 stepsons, and they ass ain't gonna go out there and fight no damn war. So, bro, these guys ain't got no skin in the game. Talking to the people trying to shame you who has skin in the game, who has family member that's gonna go out there and tell you that you're an American for caring about those people. Like, it's insane.
Or they could enrich more, and that will get them closer to a nuclear weapon. So then enrichment basically became the new U.S.
That was funny. He's like, maybe Iran shouldn't have put their country so close to our military bases, which I'm sorry, that's funny. It is, because I've actually heard somebody say that. I think they were saying it jokingly, but it was still funny when they said it.
Policy, and the only official I've heard, and folks are welcome to look for this, that actually that said this in the first Trump administration was Mike Pompeo. He said it. The president didn't say it. The president has been very consistent. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. But again, like I said, that puts us at a place where we actually could have negotiations. And only President Trump, I think, could successfully have negotiations with Iran, because he actually punched them in the face. And the Iranians had been walking all over us. They had been killing our soldiers. All of that is true. I have no sympathy whatsoever for the Iranians, what their proxies were doing. President Trump level set that when he killed Qasem Soleimani and he killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas. The folks who wanted to push an actual regime change war in Iran knew this, and they knew there was a potential to get a deal, or there was a potential for President Trump just to continue the policy of maximum pressure sanctions. And if you come after us, we will hit you hard. And that got the protesters out on the street in Iran. And that's actually what the regime feared the most. I don't think the Ayatollah feared dying, not because he, is some crazy lunatic. I'm sure some degree of the Shia martyrdom culture played a factor in that. However, I think he knew that if he was killed, the regime would survive, because the people would rally around the regime.
I believe you predicted this,
I know. And I mean, all the delusional people want to be like, no, if we take out them, then the protesters will come and they'll take over their establishments, and we'll have feminism in Iran, guys, and they'll be in the streets doing the Trump dance. It's like, oh my God. Like, oh Lord, bro. The people who actually believe that crap, man, I mean, bro, get help. It's almost sad that people actually believe that bull crap. Like, oh man.
Some years ago, I think we're watching. I mean, it's hard to know exactly what we're watching, but
like, here's the thing. Like, for some reason, people don't really have too much, I guess, perspective. They can't see things through other people's lenses. Like, and if you look from the Iranian lens and you try to look from that, like, yeah, if somebody kill y'all leader and start bombing all over your country, you're not going to see those guys as your saviors. And even if you don't like the country, you may still like the people, and the people in that country now being bombed left and right because you wanted to call for regime change. Those guys are probably feeling guilty, or now their lives are in danger more than ever. Because I mean, wow, like, think about it like this. Don't you think they're blaming those protesters as for one of the reasons why their school got bombed, as to why they're getting attacked right now? Because there's people cheering in the streets, asking the president to bomb Iran. Now, you don't think they got anything to do with how these people are being treated there so far? And like I said, there's always going to be a rallying around the flag effect when you take out their leader. I mean, it would be the same thing with us. If somebody took out Trump, even the liberals, a good amount of the liberals, would still be like, hey, yo, no, we need to go take care of them. I don't care if they killed Trump. I don't care. We still got to go take care of these guys. It's like, that's how it is. Like, if somebody killed our leader, we're going to rally around the flag, even if we didn't like the leader. That's the same thing that's going to happen in Iran. Actually, that's the same thing that's happening in Iran as we speak. And more people are being turned over to the government that may have been anti-government through the reckless bombing of Iran. If you don't think that's not converting people over, if you're dumb enough to think that they're cheering in the streets while their country's being bombed and their citizens are being killed, then you're insane. I'm going to be real with you. You're low-key losing it.
Seems consistent with what we are watching. So I'm just focused on this question of imminent threat, because that's really the only justification I think most Americans would accept for a preemptive war.
Certainly.
Otherwise, just like a war of choice done because Bibi told you to, and no one wants to get behind that because it's obviously illegitimate. So imminent threat. You're saying that there was no intelligence that you saw with the highest level clearance, obviously involved in this conversation, that showed an imminent threat from Iran to the United States?
No, unless we took certain actions, unless we came after them in a way that they thought threatened the regime, then we basically knew what they were going to do.
Well, okay,
what they're doing.
right, of course,
right. But like any country, so if you attack any country, we know that they're going to have a reaction.
We face an imminent threat once we attack you.
Fantastic. Yeah, exactly. But there was no intelligence that said, "Hey, on whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor, et cetera. They're going to attack one of our bases." There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians.
And let's be real, we have it, bro. We have the Mossad out there on the ground right now in Iran. We have the CIA out there right now in Iran. We have two of the best intelligence agencies out there right now in Iran. How do you think we got Khomeini? So yeah, I mean, he's right. He's right. The fact that none of that has came through and we have all this information is a bit strange. It's a bit strange, and it's like I said, this is why I don't believe that Iran was an imminent threat, because it's been told multiple times that Iran is not an imminent threat to the United States. But I mean, Bibi made them an imminent threat once he attacked them. So I guess if you want to use that, then okay. But you're being pretty intellectually dishonest. And a shout out to Sid. He said, Joe Kent says only Trump could have successfully negotiated with Iran. This is false. Obama successfully negotiated with Iran, and Trump ripped it up. That's true. No, that's true. I always did say, like, ripping up that JCPOA was the worst thing he could have done. And he should have known it was a bad thing when all of the anti-Trumpers start gathering them around him. I mean, look, when your enemies start gathering around you and start giving you that handshake, oh, good job. I like what you did there. That should have been that alert to him, like, hold on. You guys hate me. Now you like me because I ripped up this deal? Like, I wonder why. And why? Because this opened up the gateway to war with Iran. Because if we'd have stayed under this deal, kept the inspectors in there with the IAEA, everything would have been good. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the whole nuclear capability wouldn't be a talking point. It wouldn't have been something they could bring up. And it's funny that they bring it up because we had eyes on their nuclear capabilities. Trump got us out of that. And the only argument that, well, MAGA has, oh, we were giving them money. No, we weren't. Obama didn't give them money. He lifted the sanctions and that released their own money to them. And let's be real, the only reason why Iran was in that deal is because of the lifting of the sanctions. Once Donald Trump ripped up that deal and imposed the sanctions on there, that's when Iran started going past enrichment. I mean, and then, bro, here's a problem. Like, what was it? Like 2019 is when they broke past the 3.6 enrichment. Then in 2020, we killed Soleimani, which escalated things further with Iran. And then they decided to go jump to 60% enrichment of uranium. So there was an escalation ladder with this that a lot of people choose to ignore.
Very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took President Trump very, very seriously.
So, I mean, I just think it's a remarkable thing to nail down because you're not some guy on Twitter. You're a senior, as of yesterday, you were a senior U.S. Intelligence official who's not hostile to President Trump, who's not going to here to write a tell-all book or launch a media career. Okay. So I think you're a sober voice on this. And just to be clear, there was no intelligence that showed an imminent threat. There was no intelligence that showed they were on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon. There was no intelligence, indeed, that showed they were trying to build a nuclear weapon. And nobody said, I've seen it, but you haven't. It exists, but you just haven't seen it. Did you ever hear anybody say there is intel that shows this?
I did not know, but I know how this works. I know the Israeli officials, some in intelligence, some in government, will come to U.S. government officials, and they will say all kinds of things that we know from our intelligence just simply isn't true. And they'll say, hey, I'm giving you a preview. It's not in intelligence channels yet, but here's what's going to happen. And that doesn't usually come to
wait a second. I mean, I thought that U.S. policymakers.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video. And make sure to follow me on Rumble as well.
Made their decisions on the basis of intelligence collected and or vetted by our intelligence. That's why we have intelligence agencies that soak up hundreds of billions a year. But you're saying that Israeli officials short-circuited the entire U.S. government and just went right to American policymakers and said, it doesn't matter what your country says, here's what we know. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, usually they're pretty slick, and they'll say, hey, this isn't in intelligence channels yet because it's going to take some time to get there. And here they're on the cusp of building a bomb. You know, they're going to I don't know, you pick your topic. A lot of times they'll sample different things until they find what sticks. But in general, the narrative about, they're going to do a preemptive attack, or really just they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And if we don't stop them now, they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And enrichment is the pathway to that. They're going to continue enriching at whatever percent. Enrichment became the narrative. And so that hung up and that short circuited and really sabotaged the entire negotiations, because the Iranians basically said, like, we're not going to negotiate if the whole starting point is no enrichment. And again, that had nothing to do with a nuclear weapon, and the Iranians essentially agreed to that. So the Israelis.
Yeah, the enrichment of uranium. I mean, yeah, you can get to a nuclear weapon that way, but enriching uranium has other values as well. I mean, power, medical, and all that good stuff. And they're pretty much saying, like, look, like, we'll agree not to ever make a bomb, which they've already agreed to. They already have a religious law, so they're not really giving up anything. But there's we'll agree to that, but we're gonna enrich. And they believe it as a sovereign country, it's their right to enrich. I mean, and I'm okay with that. I mean, look, if we can just make sure we got an inspection on your enrichment program, and that's all, and we have the we have the IAEA in there again, I have no problem with that. None at all. And that's where it should have stick to. And we should have kept that deal under Obama. Like, honestly.
Came in, they moved that red line, and they would do a lot to say, like, oh, they're enriching. And you know what that means? That means in X amount of time, they could have a nuclear bomb. You have to ask now. And then the way the ecosystem would work is that the talking heads on TV, your Mark Levin's, Sean Hannity's, et cetera, they would say basically the exact same thing that night on TV, or there would be a piece written in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, that would say something very, very similar. Yet, if you looked in classified intelligence, we didn't see any of that.
I mean, that must have been such a weird experience for you.
Bizarre.
Since you have access to the biggest and most powerful and presumably the best intel agencies in the world, and you're seeing people say things as fact when you know that they're not facts.
Right.
Comfort that carries you from morning to night is next level. Everyone wants it. That's why we recommend Cozy Earth. You've heard us talk.
Now, I do want to hear what the honestly, I really want to hear where mainstream media is taking this. So let's go to Bongino. Let's get into Dan Bongino, the sellout of MAGA. He went in there talking about, I'm gonna do some deep state arrests. I'm gonna get the Epstein files, and all he did was cover up for the deep state and say that, well, Epstein didn't kill himself, nor did he traffic anybody to himself, and he was most definitely wrong about that. But for some reason, nobody's calling him out on it.
Former counterterrorism, quote, official Joe Kent claimed there was no imminent threat from Iran, but we found just a few months ago, even Joe Kent himself disagreed with his own assessment, even calling the threat of Iran an existential threat. Take a look.
Since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, when radical jihadis essentially took over the government of Iran, and they declared war basically on the West, but they also declared war on the vast majority of the Sunni Gulf states. And so what Kushner and what the Trump administration did was they came in and they said, look, you guys actually have a common enemy. Iran is an existential threat to both Israel. It's an existential threat to the oil-producing Arab Gulf countries. And so that was the genesis of the Abraham Accords. Most Americans aren't aware of it.
Wait, hold on. So what did he say? That it's an... Oh, wow. So all he admitted was what I said, that, yeah, they're an existential threat to the people in Israel and an existential threat in their region. And if you don't mess with them, then they're not going to attack the Gulf states. And let's be real, they haven't attacked the Gulf states until we attack them. So let's go back. Let me make sure I heard this right, because I didn't hear where he said, oh, yeah, they're just going to be this huge threat. Like, what was it? An imminent threat to America. All I heard is, oh, they're going to be an imminent threat to Israel and the Gulf states. And I'm like, yeah, we know that. That's what we told you not to go in there in the first place.
Since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, when radical jihadis essentially took over the government of Iran, and they declared war basically on the West, but they also declared war on the vast majority of the Sunni Gulf states. And so what Kushner and what the Trump administration did was they came in and they said, look, you guys actually have a common enemy. Iran is an existential threat to both Israel. It's an existential threat to the oil-producing Arab Gulf countries. And so that was the genesis of the Abraham.
Bro, like, Hannity, what are you talking about? Like, bro, he's pretty much saying what we told you guys, is that, yeah, they're an existential threat. They're an immediate threat to Israel because they're in the region. They're immediate threat to oil production of the Gulf countries because they're in the region and they're port, like, what was it? The water that they're next to is the Strait of Hormuz. Like, yeah, but that's not, but nowhere did he say, oh yeah, but they're an imminent threat to America. He didn't say that. But okay, though, let's keep it going. Maybe they got something else.
Accords. Most Americans aren't aware of it. Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies.
We should not say.
Yes, and I already explained that because, well, one, we were in there when a lot of presidents said that they would get us out of the Middle East, but yet we continue to stay there to be attacked. Two, we're helping the force, and we're helping their enemies. So what do you think is going to happen? And I mean, three, once again, he never said that they were an imminent threat to Americans, an imminent threat to America, aka the homeland of America, aka being able to attack on American ground. I mean, if you're talking about an imminent threat being to soldiers in the region, nobody was debating that. That's why we wanted us out of the Middle East so they wouldn't be in harm's way. So what are y'all talking about? Like, bro, y'all not even making sense no more.
Sit and wait for the next attack, wipe Iran's ballistic capability out, and oh, that came from him. And yet another blow to Kent's reputation, along with the reputations of a handful of other on-again, off-again attention seekers, isolationists, Democrats. Today, the CIA director, Ratcliffe, testified that...
Bro, it's either Hannity is straight up lying or he's blind. Because nowhere in those two clips did this man say that, oh yeah, Iran's an imminent threat to the United States. Like, nowhere did he said that. He's not going back on nothing that he said. Actually, he stood his ground. He been said that, yeah, you know, these guys definitely did attack us in other Muslim countries, in Iraq and Syria. Not, oh no, they're planning to attack us on the United States that had ground. They have the capability to about to 9/11 Pearl Harbored us. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about an imminent threat to soldiers in the Gulf region. Like, that's a no shit. That's why we want to pull out of the Middle East so we don't have soldiers in harm's way no more. And we just let these guys, you know, do what they got to do. Like, if y'all want to fight each other, go ahead, but leave our soldiers out the crossfire. This is what we wanted. We didn't get that. We didn't. So this is why these situations still happen today.
The threat from Iran was immediate, confirming what Steve Witkoff, who was in the room with the Iranians, said.
No, it's not. It's not immediate. He said an imminent threat to the United States of America. Basically a 9/11 or a Pearl Harbor type of situation. Not an imminent threat to soldiers in the region. Because, I mean, that's everybody at that point. Shoot, that's Hezbollah's an imminent threat to soldiers in the region. Iran, Hamas, Houthis, all of them are imminent threats to soldiers in the region. So, and that's not an imminent threat to America on our ground. And that's his argument, is that you guys keep saying that, oh, they're 2 weeks away from a nuke, and they'll be able to fire it at us and they want to kill us all. Well, that's not true. And you're trying to say that, oh no, he actually agrees with us, and it goes to show, well, he's not agreeing with you. He's just going to show that, yeah, I mean, they are an imminent threat to the soldiers in the region. Nobody's going to argue with you on that. But an imminent threat to America, I mean, no, because if we used to pull our soldiers out the region, let's be real, that would take away that threat of them being able to hurt our soldiers. And then two, I mean, they can't fire at us. They can't fire at the United States. They don't have the ballistic missiles. They don't have intercontinental missiles that can reach us, nor do they have nukes. So I'm sorry, but what are y'all even saying right now? It's like y'all are trying too hard to discredit this man and looking stupid doing so.
As well. Here to respond, former FBI director, Fox News contributor Dan Bongino. You know, Dan, you and I share a very similar way of thinking. When I heard you say that this guy saw what you saw, and there's no way he can make the conclusion that you've come to and the president came to, and except for two people.
No, he didn't. Are you dumb? First off, oh my God, Hannity, are you serious? He did not see what this man sent. Bro is FBI. He's counterterrorism. He works outside. He works with threats outside of the U.S. He works with threats inside of the U.S. Well, he was in the FBI, you know, second in the FBI. So we're talking about domestic problems, international problems. They did not see the same information. So what are you talking about, Hannity? Like, bro is running counterterrorism. He was FBI. Like, are you serious?
people that I know of around
Did he really
what
say that?
you saw. And there's no way he can make the conclusion that you've come to and the president came to, and except for two people that I know of around him came to as well, that it was an imminent threat. And Steve Witkoff, what he said.
Well, Sean, I could make the case to you that, and strongly, I saw a lot more. Listen, forget. Say you're out in the listening.
You're not even in the clearance to see what he's seen. Bro, now you're lying. Hold on, guys. No, literally look this up. Look up what Joe Kent was actually doing, bro. The bro was basically CIA counterterrorism. At that point, that's outside the jurisdiction of the FBI. So you're lying when you're saying that, oh, well, I've seen more than him. I know more than him. No, the fuck you don't. That wasn't in your, bro. That wasn't your lane.
Audience or viewing audience out there, and you just don't like me. Fair enough. It's a republic. You're allowed to like or dislike whoever you want. You don't find it odd that nobody else has come out? I like you too, buddy. Known you a long time. But listen, I'm not everybody's flavor ice cream, okay? Why has no one else from the administration, if his case is legitimate, that this was not an imminent threat, don't worry about the death to America mullahs with 440 kilograms of enriched uranium that could create 10 or more nuclear bombs,
while we'd be able to track months out before they even get to it. And when you talk about an imminent threat, we're talking about them being able to attack the American homeland. And it's pretty stupid if you sit there and say, well, the imminent threat is that our soldiers are in that region and they could be attacked. That's why people wanted to pull our soldiers out of that region. And for some reason, you were supposed to be supporting that then, Bongino, but you didn't. So here you are trying to, cast doubt on somebody that had, I'm going to be real with you, had way more access to the intelligence than he did. Remember, FBI, bro, basically was CIA. Counterterrorism. What are you talking about, Dan Bongino?
Got a theocracy chanting, again, death to America. Even if that was correct, how come no one's backed him up? Sean, listen, I've got no dog in the fight anymore outside of the fact that I just love the country and was proud of my service there. I'm not in the administration anymore. I promise you, no one, absolutely no one. You have my word on my eyeballs. No one.
You gave us your word when you said that Epstein killed himself, that he trafficked to himself. You gave us your word then. Epstein files came out and you still haven't shown us where Epstein killed himself in those files. You still haven't shown where Epstein only trafficked to himself in those files. But you came out here and you gave us your word that was the case. Bro, shut the fuck up, man. I can't even hear nothing what this man is saying anymore.
Just called me and said, hey, can you go out there and back us up? I have no dog in this fight other than the truth. I saw the entire body.
Did you tell us the truth when you said Epstein killed himself and you seen it? Did you tell us the truth when you said, oh, Epstein was trafficking to himself and you gave us your word? Were you honest then? Because you ain't touch on that. Did you give us your word when you said you're going to go in there and crack down on these deep state guys? No, you left out with no deep state arrests. I'm sorry. Then you want to go ahead and talk about somebody who had more intelligence than you about Iran. Counterterrorism, bro. You're just FBI. You're domestic. Sit your ass down.
Body of intelligence up until I left. Nobody kept anything from me. I don't know what he's talking about. Can I just make a quick analogy for people having a hard time understanding this? Because I've seen it in a lot of media coverage, and it's understandable. We're getting lost on the word imminent. There's a whole bunch of euphemisms games going on right here. Think of it this way. You've got, I live in Florida. You've got a hurricane brewing offshore, okay? Is it imminent? Well, maybe 4 or 5 days away. You've got 99% of meteorologists telling you it's going to be a Cat 5. We deal with this every year, right? What do? Do you prepare for it? You just say, you know what? I'm going to trust that 1 out of 100 guy who says it may be a Cat 3 because.
Yeah, but you see what you're missing in your example? The intelligence is there. The meteorologists give you your intelligence, letting you know that, this is going to be a Category 5. You have the intelligence that the hurricane is out there. You have the intelligence of how long it's going to take to reach you. You have all that intelligence. The problem is we don't have the intelligence that Iran was doing that. In your example, you have the intelligence from the meteorologist that's telling you how far it's out there, that's telling you what category it is. We have our intelligence saying that there is no imminent threat out there. They're not going towards a nuclear bomb. So if we want to go ahead and use your example, you're sounding pretty dumb right now because we're missing the meteorologist, which would be Joe Kent in your example. who's telling us the forecast of Iran, who's going like, yeah, there's no imminent threat. They can't reach us with their ballistics. They're not making a nuclear weapon. So, yeah, there's no imminent threat. So in your example, like you're saying, you're missing the part of, you're getting the intelligence about the hurricane. We did not receive no intelligence that Iran is an imminent threat.
No one's saying it's not going to happen. That is what we're getting lost in this word, and it's just insane. I mean, if you were in a criminal case trying to prove intent, they're screaming death to America. They have nuclear material.
Okay, great. So we bring in every liberal who's been out there screaming death to America? Are we going to bring in those guys as well? We're going to bring in all the anarchists out there that protest death to America. You know, we have American citizens that say the same damn thing. So we're going to lock them up and arrest them and assume that they're just going to start harming Americans? Are we really? So we're just going to any type of radical chant, because I'm gonna be real with you, like they kind of got a good reason to say death to America. I don't like that they say it because I'm an American, but due to our past with them, they have almost every right to say that because we've actually wished for the death of their society. I mean, bro, we want to destabilize the region. We want to take out their leader. We want to take out their very way of life, and we're bragging about it. I mean, if somebody was doing that to us, y'all would say death to them as well. But I guess we can only see things one way, I guess.
They told Steve Witkoff they're not backing away. They have no intentions of surrendering. They were offered a civilian nuclear program.
That's a lie. Steve Witkoff is, I mean, like I said, is it the Omani foreign minister's lying or Steve Witkoff? Steve Witkoff said that they were ready to go to zero enrichment. The Iranians were actually ready to give up their enrichment program. And this is what the Omani foreign minister said and came out on Face the Nation to let the world know. But for some reason, everybody missed it. And Steve Witkoff is pretty much went straight to Trump and said, oh, they were bragging about their stockpiles. They were saying that, oh, they can get to 11 bombs and all this crazy stuff. And then when the foreign minister of Iran was asked about it, he was like, I mean, yeah, I just told them what they had. And they been knew that we had this. It was in the IAEA reports. So pretty much like the Iranian foreign minister saying, yo, I was just telling them what we had. And for some reason, he took that as a threat. So these negotiations, trust me, were already cooked from the start because we were not negotiating in good faith.
By Donald Trump. They were offered 1,000 exits off the Long Island Expressway, and they took none of them. That was for you, Sheldon. Well, formerly. They're not taking any of the exits. I know.
They're not taking,
I know.
Can we address something? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish, bud.
Yeah, the point is, like, he gave them basically 10 years of off-ramps, and they took none of them. Huh? So when they're telling you what they want to do, we want
10 years of weak, bro. The off-ramp was the JCPOA, and it was all good until Trump ripped that up. Trump ripped up the off-ramp. Trump blew up the off-ramp. We seen the off-ramp in the distance, and Trump blew that shit up. Okay, bro. It's just like we had 10 years to get an off-ramp. Yeah. And we blew up the off-ramp. That's what we did. That's what Trump did when he ripped up that JCPOA deal. Yes, the off-ramp was blown the fuck up. It's crazy. 10 years ago, we gave him an off-ramp. Yeah, 10 years ago, 2018 is still within those 10 years, I believe. So, yeah, buddy. Yeah, like in 2018, that's when we blew up the off-ramp.
To create a nuclear weapon and kill you, I strangely have a tendency to believe them, given their history of terrorism and actually killing our people.
All right, let me put to rest something else. We've known Donald Trump, both of us, for a long time. I've known him for over 30 years. There's two false narratives out there. One is that Donald Trump is doing the bidding of other people or other countries. I've known the guy 30 years. He listens to everybody, listens to every point of view, and then he's a man of his own mind. Good luck trying to talk him out of something that he's going to do, period. Number one. Number two, that he's out of touch with his base. No, he's not. This is in keeping with what he did with ISIS. This is in keeping with what he did with Soleimani, Baghdadi, Midnight Hammer, and now Epic Fury. So I'm just a little tired of the outright lying and the propaganda and people with agendas and people chasing clicks and algorithms, which I guess equals money in their world. I don't know what their motivation is. Do you?
Wow.
Sean, this is cowardly by these people who you mentioned who are doing this, because what?
Wow. I kind of hate when people say that because it's like, most likely one of the reasons I'm being shadow banned is because I'm speaking out against the war. I hope you know that. Like, probably one of the main reasons I'm being shadow banned is because I'm speaking out against the war. These are temporary, so I'll be back. But yeah, don't sit here and say that people are doing it for monetary reasons when you have $1 million Fox contract and these guys pay you to say whatever the fuck they want for millions of dollars. When you got actual independent media guys out who are actually funded by the people and not multi-billion-dollar corporations. So it is really like sickening to hear guys say that about, independent media when you guys are the one with the $1 million contracts to say whatever the fuck they want you to say. We don't got that. So please miss us with that.
What they do is they call out Donald Trump's entire cabinet and circle of friends and advisors, but they never call out Trump because they know they'll get crushed like a bug. They know it. And then the grift dries up. Then the money dries up. So what they do is because they have no balls. Say it again. No balls. Grow a pair.
You have no balls. You sat there in front of the American people and lied. You have no balls. You said you were going after these deep states guys and you tucked your tail and ran back to your fucking office. You ain't got no fucking balls, nigga. Man, how dare you even comment on anybody's testicle fortitude when you tucked your tail and ran back to your damn podcast studio? And you was in the office. You had all the opportunity. You didn't fucking take it. You fucking coward. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. My bad. I'll chill out. I hate guys who want to talk tough when they did the most bitch-made stuff in the world. I'm sorry. I just hate guys who talking tough when I know they a bitch. All right, I'm going to stop cussing. I'm sorry, guys. That turned me up right there. That actually irritated me.
Don't want to take him on directly because he will crush them. So they go about attacking everyone else.
It's like the deep state
they
crushed
do this
your ass
all the time. And I call this the Donald Trump has no agency theory. Like Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to think for himself. You've known him longer than I have. I had the pleasure of working for him. You don't know jack squat about this guy if you think he's getting dog walked around by anyone. He's the one walking the damn dog. I promise.
That's what I love about Dan Bongino. Dan, we have been friends a long time, and we always appreciate you coming on. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Wow.
Hey, click here to subscribe to.
Wow. That is crazy, guys. I didn't think it was going to be that level of gaslighting right there. That level of hypocrisy, that level of like talking down on you. You don't know what imminent threat means. I mean, when in his example, the example he used about a Category 5 hurricane was kind of fit to my point. It's like, yeah, you're right. You know about it because you have intelligence that it's an imminent threat. We don't got that with Iran. So where's the disconnect here? All right, let's see what CNN got to say. Because this is insane.
It's a big deal that a senior Trump administration official is quitting explicitly in opposition to the war. On the other hand, the content of the letter is what gave a lot of people pause. I'm curious what you made of it.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, obviously, you should be concerned when the director of the National Counterterrorism Center quits over a war that you're in the middle of from the largest state-sponsored terrorism in the world. At the same time, the things he said, the idea that that Israel stoked this war, that we had gotten into this war because Israel pushed us into it. I mean, Donald Trump is not the kind of guy to get pushed into a war. He may be a lot of things. That is not what he is.
This is a very complicated thing. This guy has said some anti-Semitic things.
I'm weak.
At the very same time, which is problematic, like no full stop. At the very same time, soon after the war started, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said that the imminent threat was that we knew that Iran was that if Iran was attacked, and we believed that it would be attacked by Israel. That
even just like Tucker said, is like, yeah, oh, okay, yeah, you're an imminent threat once we attack you. Like, yeah, that's why a lot of people believe that, we were drugged into it by Israel because Israel came and told us that they're going to attack Iran. And by them attacking Iran, then Iran was now turned into an imminent threat in the region to Israel and our bases. Not an imminent threat to the United States people on the homeland. But, I mean, if you're talking about an imminent threat in the region, that was never debated. Like, let's be real, we all knew that.
They would immediately come after us. And that was the immediate threat that they used as a rationale for the war. So both things are operating at the same time. This guy is very problematic because he has anti-Semitic sentiments. At the very same time, the administration that
And you see what I mean? This is so crazy. It goes to show sometimes who actually have power, and it kills me because I don't want to go on this. Oh, it's the Israel, they control everything. But when everybody got to walk on eggshells over the fact that he called out Israel, it lets you know something here. Like, bro, because he said we're getting dragged into this fight by Israel, here comes the anti-Semitic, here comes the, oh, well, we can't really take what he's saying because he mentioned Israel. Bro, this isn't the first time that Israel dragged us into a war or lied us into one. So it's like kind of crazy how everybody's sitting there acting like they forgot history.
Was their first rationale for the war was that they thought that Israel was going to strike first, that Iran would strike back, and they would strike us when they struck back, and that would precipitate a wider conflict, and we would have consequences from that.
But there's one point that I think is important in that Marco Rubio was part of all of the intelligence briefings on this, and Joe Kent was not. So Marco Rubio had access to everything that Joe Kent did not have access to.
No.
What was also left out.
Wow. No, Joe Kent is actually the one who provides that information. You know that, right? Wait. Okay, so y'all just don't understand Joe Kent's position, and y'all just running propaganda. So Joe Kent's position was, Tulsi Gabbard, that was the guy that she would go to get the information on Iran. Remember, he was head of counterterrorism. You couldn't talk about terrorism without getting a briefing from this man, without getting reports from that man. So they're completely underplaying his position right now, and it's absolutely hilarious. Let me see if I can find a short little video right here because it kind of explains everything this guy was doing. Because and you can look up his position. Remember, he was head of counterterrorism. So to sit there and say that, oh, Marco Rubio is more read in than the terrorism in Iran, no, because that means Marco Rubio would, the information that Marco Rubio was getting had to go through Joe Kent. It had to. If we're talking about Iran, or we're talking about counterterrorism, him being head of counterterrorism, it had to go through him. So everybody trying to discredit a man who has all the credentials in the world. This is insane. But all right, we can go to this short little clip here. This is insane. The cope is real.
So if I understand this correctly, that means that Joe Kent would have been the #1 guy in the entire United States government to understand if Iran was a credible threat to the United States or not.
That's spot on. Let me break it down super clear.
Can you explain to me in detail, in the most basic terms possible, what exactly Joe Kent's former role was in the government and what all he was in charge of?
Sure. Let's break down Joe Kent's old job super simple. Joe Kent was the boss of the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC for short. He started last summer, got confirmed by the Senate, and quit yesterday, March 17th, 2026, over that Iran war thing. But while he had the job, here's what it really meant. Picture NCTC as America's terror spotter HQ. It's not the CIA or FBI. It's the glue that sticks all those spy agencies together. Joe Kent ran it from a big, secret building in Virginia, kind of like this. That's Liberty Crossing, where they do the work. Glassy, boring looking on the outside, super locked down inside. As director, Joe was basically the top coach for stopping terrorists. His main jobs: 1. Gather all the clues. Pull secret info from CIA, FBI, Army, even phone taps. Mix foreign stuff.
And let's give you a bit more details about the National Counterterrorism Center that he was head of. Is like the organization is responsible for national and international counterterrorism efforts. So yeah, Marco Rubio could not have been more read in than Joe Kent. Bro, Dan Bongino did not see the same information that John Kent seen. He's seen national and international counterterrorism efforts. It is based in Liberty Crossing in McLean, Virginia, which they said right there. All right, part of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The center brings together specialists from other federal agencies, including the CIA, FBI, Department of Defense, and Department of Homeland Security. Yeah. So basically, one, not only does he work with these people, he also brings intelligence to them as well. So when these guys are sitting here lying in your face, trying to tell you that, oh, well, Marco Rubio was more read in. No, Marco Rubio didn't know any more than John Kent. My man, Joe Kent, he didn't know any more than him. He had the same information, just interpreted differently for some strange reason. So it is wild to sit here and have everybody try to throw shade on a man who has the most credentials for this. And you want to know why they got to throw shade? Because they can't argue against his against his accolades or against his achievements. They can't argue against that.
Like ISIS plans overseas with home stuff, like weird guys here plotting attacks. 2. Make sense of it. His team analyzes. Is this real? Big? Coming soon? They keep a giant list, the terrorist Rolodex, over 1 million names of bad guys, suspects, groups, called Tide. Joe oversaw updating it, sharing it with cops, airports, borders. 3. Warn the big shots. He briefs the president, Congress, DNI. That's Tulsi Gabbard now.
Bruh.
Hey, watch this guy. He's flying in tomorrow. Or Iran's not about to hit us. Don't start a war. That's why he quit. He thought the intel said no threat. 4. Plan the fixes. Decide. Send drones, arrest them, tell allies. He leads the whole government, border patrol, military, cops, to stop threats before boom. 5. Watch everything. Track attacks worldwide, predict next ones, even look at drugs tied to terror money. Whole of government means not just spies. Everyone pitches in. He was the principal advisor to the president on terror. No one else had that seat. But remember, he came from fighting it hands-on. Green Beret, 11 tours in Iraq, then CIA secret ops. Here's him back then, looking tough. And here's Joe now, suit guy, still serious. That's it. He wasn't a soldier anymore. Just the guy who saw the whole map, called the plays, and walked when he hated the game.
So if I understand
You can tell that's Grok, because only Grok answers oh so playfully.
this correctly, that means that Joe Kent would have been the #1 guy in the entire United States government to understand if Iran was a credible threat to the United States or not.
That's spot on. Let me break it down super clear. Joe Kent was pretty much the top guy in the whole U.S. government for sizing up if Iran was a real, right now danger to us. As NCTC director, his job was to take every scrap of intel, from spies, satellites, phone taps, allies, even domestic tips, and mash it into one clear picture. Is Iran plotting something big? Could they hit us soon? Nuclear? Missiles? Proxies? He wasn't guessing. He had the full map. No other single person saw it all like that. The president, Tulsi Gabbard as DNI, generals, they all leaned on his assessments.
Exactly. And Marco Rubio leans on the assessment of the director of national intelligence. And the national intelligence leans on his intelligence, Joe Kent's intelligence. The guy who's leading the National Counterterrorism Center. That's who they're getting their info from. It comes from Joe Kent, Tulsi Gabbard. Then it reaches guys like Marco Rubio, or maybe even like Dan Bongino. Well, when he was in the FBI, so let's say Kash Patel. So when they sit there and try to throw shade on the man, actually look up what he was doing, and you'll see why they're doing this, because they know he has all the credentials for it, and they can't argue with him. They can't debate him on it. So all they can do is sit there and throw shade. Try to call him a traitor, try to say, oh, he was out here leaking messages. Most likely he wasn't. Because let's be real, they'd have been hopped on his ass as soon as he did it. And they said this was months ago. So what? You waited for him to come out and go against the administration to now make this a big deal? How? Oh, okay. That's a whole lot of coincidences right there. That's, man, how convenient. How convenient, guys.
If he said no imminent threat, that's what the data screamed. And that's exactly why he quit yesterday. He called out the war as fake, saying Iran wasn't about to attack us. White House pushed back, sure, but Kent's role? He was the truth teller on terror threats. No one outranked him on that call. Bottom line, if anyone knew Iran wasn't a ticking bomb, it was him. He walked because he couldn't.
I mean, yeah, he's the head of counterterrorism. So, yeah, he's the top of the, literally at the top of the list when it comes to that type of intel.
Fake it.
I mean, pretty well explained. But all right, let's go ahead and get back into the coping of mainstream media.
Of that letter was Joe Biden's briefings on this, and Joe Kent was not. So Marco Rubio had access to everything that Joe Kent did not have access to.
No, he didn't.
What was also left out of that letter was Joe Kent's plans now, I suppose, to be part of this resistance, go on podcasts that have been very critical of Israel. This is someone who, over the course of the next few days, you'll see more reporting on how he was seen as.
And it's funny though, because it's not about calling out the war. It's about being critical of Israel. That really shows you who has power sometimes. Like, hold on. So I can criticize any Muslim country, Christian country. I don't know, bro. What, like, pagan country, Hindu country, don't matter. I can say whatever I want about these countries, go in as hard as I can. But as soon as I talk about Israel, now there's a problem. Now labels of anti-Semitism are being thrown around. I mean, kind of goes to show who got power.
A chief leaker in this White House, and that goes to some of the problems I have with some folks who are now amplifying Joe Kent as if they agree with him or as if they suddenly believe that he is someone to be trusted on
Donald
these
Trump
issues.
amplified Joe Kent because he put him in charge of the national counterterrorism.
No, that is wild. I'm sorry. I gotta go back to that, but shout out to my man Sid for the baller alert. He says, I agree with something Bongino was saying in that interview. A lot of these people, Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson, and even yourself, stripped Trump of agency and didn't call him out directly. It's always someone else's fault. Hold on now. I did say it was Trump's fault. I said, yo, he had the main call on this. He basically got us into this on, well, Israel's call. Even if, I'm be real with you, even if he was going off of somebody else's word, he still has all the agency in the world. He is the president of the United States. So I'm not taking away no agency away from him. I'm just calling out the people around him as well, because he has people in his ear who also convince him of this stuff. But you're right, at the end of the day, it's not like these people are moving this man's hand. It's not like these people are saying, oh, like, well, are not jumping inside Trump's body and taking control of him. No. Trump is listening and he's ordering this on his own. Like, so you're right. He does have agency in this, and nobody's trying to take that away from him. I'm just calling out the people around him who's trying to say that Joe Kent and anybody who disagrees with Trump is on bullshit when that's not true. We're just calling out the hypocrisy or the fact that this does not make sense. And you guys haven't really explained this imminent threat to us. And when we try to get an explanation on it, we kind of get talked down on, and which is going to make us more irritated. But trust me, bro, trust me. We all know that Trump had responsibility in this. Nobody's saying this. This is why I said that he's going to low-key cook himself. I've been said Trump is low-key screwing himself, shooting himself in the foot. That's me telling you that, yes, he has agency in this because he made the choice and he's fucking up all of his achievements. So, yeah, he has agency. Of course he does. I mean, like, let's be real here. Let's be real. It would be kind of crazy to sit there and say, no, it's not Trump. It's not Trump. He's being controlled by Bibi. It's all him. It's like, whoa. If that's the case, then I'm be real with you. Maybe we should impeach Trump since he's being controlled by Bibi. If that was the case, if we're all just going to blame it on Bibi, then why is Trump even president? Or why do we even believe what Trump is saying if, we all believe that Bibi's controlling Trump? So trust me, I hear what you're saying, brother. And you do have a point, because there's a lot of people who don't want to throw Trump's name into it. Like, I know Alex Jones kind of does it. He's like, Trump doesn't know what's going on. He's getting lied to and all this good stuff. Well, I get that, but it is up to Trump to go out there and look for himself and get different opinions, not just hear the opinions of the guys who stroke his ego.
As if they agree with him or as if they suddenly believe that he is someone to be trusted on
Donald Trump amplified Joe Kent because he put him in charge of the national counterterrorism.
Hold on now. And first, that's a baller alert. Shout out to my dog Sid. I believe we're actually close to opening up the call-in line.
And in addition to that,
if he was a leaker and if he was bad on national security, why leave somebody in a sensitive, important job like that if you thought that he was disloyal, leaking, and he was...
Thank you. And they said, this was months ago that we found this out. So you left a disloyal leaker head of counterterrorism, which is a pretty important position, by the way. You left the guy you didn't trust running that? Really? Okay, bro. And that's what I'm saying. It just don't make sense. It's like, so y'all had this investigation going on for 3 months or so, and you didn't just fire him for being a leaker? And think about it, if he'd have fired him months ago, we wouldn't be here. So obviously he was doing his job. Obviously you guys were okay with him until this very moment. Because if this was about leaking information, I mean, y'all should have been fired his ass.
Bad on the substance of the thing that he was in charge of?
We're assuming that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is an important job. I mean, it's kind of a bureaucrat.
No, you're right, though. No, you're definitely right about that one. I'll give you that, Sid. Shout out Sid, because the call-in line is now open. I'm gonna go ahead and post the call-in tab. But he says, maybe I shouldn't have lumped you in with them, but Kent and Tucker are still super cagey about calling him out directly. They even glaze him. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You're right. No, you're right, though, because I was even looking kind of strange at Joe Kent. Like, come on, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You're gonna have to be a little bit harder on him when he says, oh, well, Trump could negotiate. He's the only person that can negotiate. I'm like, well, be real with you. That's exactly what Obama did. And we're only here stuck in this negotiation loop because of Trump, sadly. But when it comes to Tucker, really good friends with Trump, apparently. I'm not sure anymore. It does seem like the friendship may be a bit one-sided. And Joe Kent, I think these two, they still have faith in Trump. They want to believe that Trump is his own person, that he's just making a bad mistake, that he's just being misled. They want that. This is what they want to believe. And honestly, this is what I want to believe too. I'll be real with you. But the more I'm seeing it, is the more I'm seeing that, he's pushing out the people who is riding for him for the people who just now started cheerleading for him, the never Trumpers. And if that's what he's going to do, then Trump deserves all the failure that he's going to bring upon himself if he keeps on going down this path. He deserves it. I mean, bro, you switched up on the gang. I'm sorry, but you switched up on the team. You were anti-war, you were America first, MAGA first, and then you went over to the pro-Israel crowd and started saying that, no, this is MAGA, pro-Israel's MAGA now. That is where you lost a lot of people, and be honest with you. Well, that's where you lost me.
Braddock, Nowheresville. Yeah, I'm torn on Joe Kent because on the one hand, he did primary and defeat a colleague and friend of mine, Jamie Herrera Butler, in 2022. On the other hand, he has a decorated career as a Green Beret, as a CIA paramilitary officer. He lost his wife, Shannon, in 2019 in Syria. He's a Gold Star husband.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even worse, bro. We're talking about a guy who literally fought for our countries, fought these guys, and you guys are casting doubt on him when most of you guys never fought in the army. Most of you guys never even seen these terrorist groups. But he has. He's seen the horror of it in and out. And he still came out and said, yo, this ain't it. I think we should listen to that guy instead of the guys who have not fought no wars. Dan Bongino, yes, you gave us good work in Secret Service, but guess what, buddy? You wasn't in the war, okay, bro? Or maybe I'm missing something. Maybe you wasn't. I never heard about it. But yeah, you wasn't out there fighting, bro. And all the guys who have that same opinion as Bongino most likely wasn't out there fighting. But Joe Kent, actually out there fighting, actually has skin in the game, lost a wife to this shit, and y'all still want to talk down on this man? When he actually lost a wife to this stuff, to these forever wars, to this endless war cycle that we're in, he lost a wife, and y'all still want to cast doubt on him? I mean, I thought we respected our troops. I thought we respected those who served us. I thought.
I give him the benefit of the doubt on the reasons for his resignation in this case. I think the question of whether or not a resignation, should have been public is one thing. I think it is right and appropriate if you do not feel you can, faithfully execute and support the policies of administration you're working for. You should resign. That is the appropriate thing to do in the natural course. I have more questions about the statement that Tulsi Gabbard put out because on the one hand, it was a masterclass in saying something without saying anything at all.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you're going before Congress tomorrow.
She has not been seen or heard of in months, probably for this exact reason, because we're at war with Iran. And she has explicitly said she did not believe that we should be at war with Iran.
And has been on record saying it for years. So let's not act.
All right, guys. I went ahead and posted the call-in link, or the StreamYard link, and go to the main page, go to the post tab, hit that link right there. You'll see it. It just posted it. Or I went ahead and posted in the chat as well. If you're on the horizontal, you should be able to tap it. So, like Sid, that's you.
As though this is a new thing with this administration. She has been on record for quite some time through multiple administrations, voicing her opinion against going to war with Iran for the exact same reasons that many of the individuals.
Oh, look at that. I didn't even notice. All right, perfect. So we got Sid and Monty up here, man. How y'all
Sir, no. Before we continue, I sent you 2 Rumble rants.
Oh, shit. My bad, brother. My bad. All right. So shout out to my man Monty, because he said it's called being read out. You do realize you can be taken out of a decision making. Oh no, not that's when you're the head of counterterrorism. I mean, then where you getting your information from? What you're just doing his job for him?
No, he's taken out of the briefings. He's not allowed. He's basically taken out of the friend circle. He's
I get
disinvited to
that,
the parties.
but he still has to provide the information, even though he's taken out of the party. So he's allowed to provide the information. He just can't come in on a briefing. Okay,
which means he's not getting any more information.
No, he's still getting information. Remember, he's counterterrorism, so he's getting intelligence, just not in the briefings.
Not if you're so classified information is compartmentalized. If you're taken out of that compartment, you're no longer getting classified information. That's what leads people to resign, because you feel like you're just being benched.
I don't know about that one. Him being the head of counterterrorism, that mean any classified information pertaining that within guarded by the CIA at least,
And
then,
people
he would
can be
privy
told.
to.
Right. But it's all compartmentalized. It's not like you have classified information and you just get to fucking scroll through it like it's your feed on Facebook. No, you have to be compartmentalized into it, i.e. read into it, and you can be read out at the order of the president.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think the president ever established that because he was still at the job. And then, like I said, it's the guy that literally brings the intelligence to Tulsi Gabbard about counterterrorism. Bring the intelligence to, and he most likely gets it from the CIA. He gives it to the FBI, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security.
So maybe back when DNI Tulsi Gabbard was saying Iran's not a threat, that's where she was getting her information from. So when everybody wants to jump on Tulsi Gabbard's ass and say, "Oh, well, you said Iran wasn't a threat," maybe the ships were moving in the night, and they're like, "Why is this guy so adamant that Iran's not a threat when he's literally spent the last 3 months saying Iran is a threat?"
No, not 3 months. Remember, the video you showed me was from 2 years ago.
Oh, my bad. So 2 years, the last 2 years, saying Iran was a threat.
I mean, no, I watched the video and he didn't really say Iran was a threat to the United States. He pretty much talking about how Iran was a regional threat, and that was like kind of like no shit. Of course they're a regional threat,
and
but we're not an imminent threat to America.
An imminent threat, like this argument is like literally trying to step around fucking playing you don't want to step on the crack to break your mother's back game. Like, yes, we don't have to be very, very explicit in every single little thing we say, otherwise people are going to misinterpret it. No, Iran is absolutely a threat. Anybody that says Iran is not a threat, like that's why I say you're kind of disillusioned about this. If you think Iran is not a threat to the United States, maybe it's not an imminent threat. But if you think that they're not a threat to the United States, you're being disillusioned.
Oh no, I've been said, they're a threat to our soldiers in the region. Like they're an imminent threat to them in that region, of course. But
and if they're an imminent threat to them in that region, they are an imminent threat at home. Like that's just how that works. If you're a threat,
remember the way they frame it is that as soon as you get that nuclear bomb, they want to go ahead and hit towards us. This is that imminent.
That is the layman version of understanding the situation. That is the I want to drive by it at 50 miles an hour and just look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's what they're doing. No, there are threats in many other ways, like cyber attacks, fucking homegrown attacks. There are threats from Iran, assassination attempts. They can reach out and touch us, and they have been doing that. They've been trying to do that anyway.
Oh, and hold on now to get to your other one though. You said, bro,
Sorry.
The U.S. government is literally saying he was taken out of that capacity and iced out. So literally everything being said is not true. I don't know about that one. Here's the thing. Like I said, this guy was one of the main people to go towards for that information. Now you're saying, oh, well, they didn't like who he was talking about, or maybe they felt that he was wrong.
It's like when Trump fired that lady that was giving us bad job numbers.
But don't leave him in there and wait till he says something against the government. I mean, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
dude, in the interview that he did with Tucker Carlson, the only information he's going off of is what is publicly known to all of us. The only thing he cited was Marco Rubio's statements, Donald Trump's statements, and Mike Johnson's statements about how they were an imminent threat if Israel attacked them first. So he's going off what everyone else is going off of. It doesn't really seem like he has, and maybe he's not revealing it because it could
it might
get him in trouble, I guess. But
that's how
still, though,
that has.
Dude, but here's how the framing of it, how he's framing it, that he's taking this big risk to save the country. Well, if you're taking a big risk to save the country, you might want to put a little bit more on the line and risk going to jail instead of just doing this clearly calculated political move. honestly, he's seeing a future beyond Trump. He's seeing a future beyond Trump, and so is Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson might run for president, but they're seeing a future beyond Trump, and this is a calculated political move. And they know they can't even go against Trump fully on it. They are glazing.
Does Sid agree with me?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I do agree with you on this. I do agree. Fuck Joe Kent, dude. That guy is like, he is not a hero. He is not brave. He's still not even fully condemning Trump.
He's still a hero. He still did what he did.
He did fight for the country now. Come on.
He absolutely.
I mean, in the context of this. In the context of this.
Okay.
Of him resigning. It doesn't make him a hero.
Has frozen over.
Honestly.
Oh, we've agreed on things before.
Not like this. Not like
this. And we agree. We agree, but kind of for different reasons.
We do agree for different reasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I don't know what to tell you, Seth.
You got to remember, the guy works with the CIA, so when he was on Tucker, even Tucker, if you actually watch the full interview, even Tucker said, yeah, I know there's things you can't talk about because, remember, terrorism, he gets things from the CIA. So there's a lot of stuff we can't talk about when it comes to the information he received on Iran.
No, Seth, I want you to pause right there. I want you to pause right there because I want to interject a point because of that. Now that you understand that, there's things that people in government that have information that we don't have can't say. So why would you think that you're going to have all of the information going into a situation that the government has?
Wait, sorry. Further explain what you mean by that.
So you just acknowledge that Joe Kent has information that we don't have because it's duh. Like, and he's being very careful about what he says. Sid pointed that out. Also, Sid, you're being very loud.
Sorry.
You're good. So is it not feasible that maybe the president of the United States, who is the most read-in person in the room, the Secretary of State, who is just as read-in as the president, have information that they're not telling us?
I don't know about that because, I mean, remember, the president's been lied to before because remember with Obama, wasn't he lied to about the Steele dossier? So people.
No, I think no. Obama was not lied to about the Steele dossier. Obama fucking fabricated that shit because his buddy Hillary Clinton wanted to be president.
What's crazy is this like blind faith that we need to just kind of accept whatever the government says because they have more information than us. When we were lied into wars before, and they tried to lie. Monty, they tried way harder to manufacture consent for those wars. They had UN resolutions. They brought it in front of Congress. They talked about it. They said there's yellow cake uranium. They said there's weapons of mass destruction.
The harder
they contradicted themselves.
Yeah.
When they said that we have to invade Iraq both to get their weapons of mass destruction and to stop them from making them. A lot of this stuff is kind of sounding familiar because we've heard it before. You know?
Wait. No. The harder a war is sold to me, the less I agree with it. First of all, if a war
I think you would have been back in the day if you were old enough. If you were as old as you are now, I think you would have been fully supporting George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld and fully backing up.
I would have been the same way my
Iraq
mom was.
and Afghanistan.
Let me explain what my opinion would have been because I made this opinion in isolation. My opinion would have been exactly what my mom's was. Okay, I get that we need to go get terrorists, but where the fuck are the terrorists in Iraq and what does weapons of mass destruction have to do with 9/11? That would have been my opinion. That still is my opinion, but that you can't disillusion me from 9/11. Like, okay, cool.
Where are the weapons of mass destruction in Iran?
We're not saying that there's weapons of mass destruction in Iran. Like, literally, the entire mantra from this administration has been and continues to be they did not have weapons of mass destruction yet, but they were trying to build a conventional military around a nuclear program so that they didn't have to listen to us anymore.
Well, Monty, that was exactly what was said about Saddam. That was exactly what was said about Saddam Hussein.
He was said to have had have had chemical weapons.
Nope.
Like, here's the picture of his chemical weapons.
He did have chemical weapons, but they said that he was trying to build a nuclear weapon.
No, a weapon of mass destruction. They would have just said nukes. The weapons of mass destruction are any chemical weapons or nuclear weapons.
Is yellow cake uranium a chemical weapon?
You can make a dirty bomb out of it, but yellow cake uranium on its own cannot make a nuclear weapon.
Well, they were talking about alone it can't. Yeah, you need to make it into a bomb, and then you needed to attach it to a ballistic missile. But they
you'd have to
they
have
were
the
saying we were
engineering to
looking
make
for the
that.
yellow cake uranium, and they didn't have it. And I'm sure Iran does, but there's no evidence that they were 2 weeks away, like they have been since 1998.
Okay, so stop assigning that fucking terminology to Iran. We know they weren't 2 weeks away. We were correct when we said we have completely obliterated their nuclear production manufacturing. That doesn't mean in the 9 months leading up to this intervention that they haven't been trying to rebuild a stronger conventional military. That is what has been being said. I think everybody's just kind of overlooking that and just making fun of Bibi because he's been, oh, look, a bomb, look, a bomb, look, a
Dude,
bomb.
Donald Trump, in the aftermath of this, literally said, I think they were weeks away from getting a nuke. He said that. Was he just like, is he also a dipshit? Or is only wrong when I say
Donald
it?
Trump a dipshit?
I think he is, but you don't.
You got to be consistent in your beliefs, buddy.
No, I think he is. I am consistent. I do think he is, but you don't, right? You don't think.
No, I don't think Donald. I don't think
So
he's a dipshit. I think he has
this
to
is
be able to sell
internal
this.
critique.
I think he has to be able to sell this to the American people. So he's going to say the line that everybody's been hearing for the last 40 years because it's going to work.
It's not working though. Like independents don't buy this at all. This is the least popular war at the beginning of its inception.
Every war is the
out of
least
any
popular
other war. No,
Every
dude,
war is the least
look at the
popular war.
approval rating for Iraq.
Unless we are
Afghanistan,
attacked first, there's no war that is popular.
Even Libya had more positive approval rating than this. And
Because
Syria.
that was a Democratic cult following it. That Obama could do no wrong.
No, it had high approval with a lot of Republicans too. And China and Russia didn't even stop us. They didn't even vote it down.
Is Lindsey Graham your measure for what's approvable on the Republican side?
No, it's not Lindsey Graham's opinion. It was the general opinion of like going back to the polls. It was not popular. It was still underwater.
We're literally
but it was
saying,
more
why are
popular
we
than
just
this.
drone striking everybody into fucking existence? What happened to the rule of law is what we were saying. Anybody that's seriously conservative was saying that. Maybe you followed Fox News too much because
With
you wanted the
Libya,
Republican.
why would you have any issue with Libya if you support Iran? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't support Libya or Iran. We were talking about the support of the two wars.
I know, and you support the Iran war.
No, I do not support the Iran war.
And now
I
you're
support
saying like,
oh my goodness, no, you're misframing my characterizations of the two different situations. One, of course, it has support from the base that can fucking thinks that Obama's been the Messiah and he's the fucking second coming of Jesus. They're gonna support anything he does hand and foot while calling anybody in MAGA a cultist because we fucking disagree with each other. I don't know how that works, but Sid, what is that sound? What
that's
are you doing?
pretty
Are you going
rich.
through a car
That's
wash?
pretty rich. No, sorry. Is it better? Is it any better?
It sounds like you're in the middle of Iran and fucking F-18s are flying over you.
I'm done.
Is Sid our senior correspondent?
Is it any
in
better
Iran?
at all?
Yeah,
it's a little bit better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Look, Monty, you said you don't support the war in Iran, you support strikes, right?
Yes.
Strikes?
And that's what's going on.
So
That's
why
what's been
wouldn't
going
you
on.
support the strikes in Libya? Because there wasn't a war there either.
Because a lot of the strikes in Libya were actually targeting American people. There were a couple of Americans that were just fucking turned into baloney mist on the behest of the president without any fucking trial, without any contradiction any findings
There
of
was
fact.
there was a UN resolution and it was brought to Congress, so there was already more.
So there was more
consent
pomp and
with that.
there was more pomp and circumstance around that, which means they were lying to us about something.
It's not pomp and circumstance. That's generally how you do things.
No, you don't.
When it comes to
Since
military
when have
intervention.
we gone to the UN for war? Except for after
We
World
did
War
it
II.
with. Yeah,
We didn't
because
do
the
it with
UN didn't
Vietnam.
exist until after World War II, dude.
Exactly. So why are we changing how we do things to support globalist ideology?
Because we set up the UN for that purpose. We were one of the main architects of the UN for this very purpose, so that wars
and now
we
the
could end wars before they
25%
started.
Muslim
That was the
majority
idea.
of the fucking world can cock block us on everything we say. So Russia and China have the same vote we
No,
do.
the entire idea is to end wars before they even start with words to negotiate. Yes, the UN fails in a lot of ways. Yes, it's weak and toothless. But even for Iraq and Afghanistan, we had UN Security Council resolutions.
Because we wanted to
We went
convince the globalists and the fucking all that the UN support or all that the UN resolution was to do was to justify ourselves on the world stage. I don't think that America, with its fucking $700-800 billion a year military, needs to justify itself to anybody. That's a
We set
fundamental
up-
difference between
we
you
set
and
up we set up this global world order, dude. We set up
70
UN.
years ago.
We set up we set this up, and now you're being like, why are we held to this thing that we created?
I didn't set this up, dude. I'm 27 years old. I'm not fucking old
I know
enough to-
you didn't, dude, but you're being pedantic. This is how we talk about countries, like we the United States.
Yeah,
and yes,
and
these
we
things
made a
last
mistake.
A
That
long
was
time.
a mistake.
These
That
global
was a
treaties
mistake.
last a long time.
Right. But that was a mistake before my time that should be ripped up.
So the UN entirely should just be ripped up, and we shouldn't try to negotiate with each other.
Yes.
We should just do
because
whatever we want.
We can negotiate with each other. We have airplanes. We have fucking communication beyond fucking
This
being face to
cost
face.
American treasure. This cost American lives. You speak about it with such glee, man. But we're $39 trillion in debt, 10 of which Donald Trump contributed to. So pretty much 25% of the debt is the guy that you voted for, who said he'd fix the debt problem.
Hey,
He's only made it worse.
remember when Clinton balanced the budget and then we got attacked and we had no military to defend ourselves? Yeah, I'd rather
What?
be in. Yes.
What do you mean we had no military to defend ourselves? What do you mean?
Base realignment and closure, bricks. Fucking
what? Bricks?
Brick. Base realignment and closure. BRAC, not brick. Look that up. That's how
we had no military. So what attack are you talking about? Are you talking about
the
9/11?
USS Cole, which emboldened Al Qaeda to attack us on 9/11. Learn your history.
And we had no military to defend ourselves.
No,
so who
we
was
had
over
a
there for 20
toothless
years?
military. We had a toothless military, and our military qualified for food stamps.
Who was over there fighting for 20 plus years if we had no military?
Oh my God.
How did it cost us $8 trillion? These wars.
Notice how we didn't go to war until 2003, and we were attacked in 2001.
Okay, so it was just built up. Yeah,
Yes.
and we went
It's
to
called a
war
forced
with the country.
surge. And we had to go into debt to rebuild a military that was gutted so that a Democrat could say that they balanced the budget.
Wait, military spending increased under Bill Clinton, by the way.
No, it did not. No,
Yes,
it did not.
This is something we could look up, and I'll admit if I'm wrong,
Look up
obviously.
base realignment and closure. Look up base realignment and closure.
No, look up
at
the
force
military budget
reduction.
under Bill Clinton
Force-
and see if it increased.
Okay, a budget does not dictate how efficient that
Okay,
budget
so what were
is.
they doing with that money, dude? What were they
They
doing
were
with it?
wasting it and probably giving it to their fucking cronies in the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
That is a thing. Just because you get more money doesn't mean you solve more problems. You know that.
It's sickening sometimes the way you speak about war, Monty.
Look up base realignment and closure. Look up base realignment and closure. Brad.
I can't look it up right now because I'm on the phone with you. But I will look
you
it
just
up.
looked up Bill Clinton's fucking spending.
No, I
history.
didn't look it up. I knew it. I already knew it off the top of my. I knew it because I knew that I don't think there's any president that has actually cut Pentagon funding. I don't think that's ever happened.
Really?
I don't think that's ever
you
happened.
Put a bet
yeah.
on that? Do you want to put a bet on that?
No, not really, because I'm not entire. I'm not 100% sure, but that's my understanding is that no modern president has. And I'm going back to like Reagan, right? Reagan and Carter even. I don't think any of them cut Pentagon funding. They might have cut certain things, but overall, the dollar amount went up. It increased with every president. That's my
Inflation
understanding.
has gone up ever since then, Sid. Like, of course it's gone up.
Yeah, I know. I understand that's part of it, but
not
our
keeping up with
military budget
inflation is
only
a cut.
increases. And now Donald Trump wants to increase it by $500 billion every year.
Well, considering
That's his proposal.
considering we pay $1.9 trillion a year in fucking Medicaid that gets wasted by Somali pirates, I don't have a problem with that.
Dude, that is like such a misrepresentation of what Medicaid gets spent on. You think it just gets wasted?
I actually, yes, I do. I think there's
Because
way
there
more
was
efficient
like
no,
fraud,
not just
which
because
will
there was
always happen.
Somalians.
There's
No,
also
not just
fraud. Dude, most of the Somalians in that are American citizens. I know you see them as different kinds of American citizens. I don't know why, but they are mostly American citizens.
Okay, cool, and they should be mostly in jail.
Okay, why does it
If
matter
they're
that
not
they're
American
Somali?
citizens, they should be
Why do you call them Somali pirates? They're American citizens.
Because they are Somali pirates. Just
No,
because
they're
you're an American citizen
citizens.
it doesn't mean you can't be a Somali pirate.
What's your background? What's your ethnicity?
Fucking white as fuck.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a German and Italian.
Okay, so you're a German Nazi and an Italian fascist, right?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to.
Is that how we judge people? No, dude, you're an American citizen. You need to treat people with respect, even if they.
I don't have to treat fucking criminals with respect. No, I don't. I actually don't.
No, but you have to act like they're citizens of the country. You can't call them fucking Somali pirates.
They are Somali pirates. If they're acting like Somali pirates, if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's a duck.
What even is a pirate? Is someone that commits daycare fraud? No.
No, someone that steals. It's usually someone that steals money on the high seas, or fucking aligns themselves with a government that's a privateer. But hey, it's just funny to call them Somali pirates because they're fucking Captain Phillips looking motherfuckers.
I'm crying.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's
that was
little...
me being an asshole. I will stop now, though.
But okay, you do talk about war way too flippantly, man, and you're responsible. Like, we can negotiate. We have airplanes. You gotta remember, dude. This does cost American lives. This does cost American treasure, and
you do realize that my American life is the one being risked, right?
Are you deployed right now?
No, I'm not deployed right now. You okay? So me, my brother, and my other brother, and my mother, and my father, and my grandfather, and my fucking stepdad, and my other stepdad, and my other stepdad have literally all been in the military or are continuing to be in the military. Trust me, I know the risk to personnel.
You guys chose to do that. You guys chose to do that.
Absolutely, because someone has to. So
yeah,
I think
but
if I chose
you chose it for a job.
Hold on. Trust me, there's things that I could have done that fucking would have paid me a lot more. It's not about a job. If I chose to do that, if I chose to volunteer to do that in a all volunteer military, don't you think I get to say what my life goes to?
No. I have just as much skin in the game as you, dude. I don't need to go into all of. I don't have family members in the military. Do I need to tell you my family history to have an opinion on something? This is a fallacy, dude. You could have an opinion on something even if you're not a fucking veteran. You know who else isn't a veteran? You know who dodged the draft? You know who dodged the draft and didn't fight, Monty? Trump.
Nobody.
Does he not get to have a say?
How did Trump dodge the draft again?
He got one of his rich doctor friends, his dad's rich doctor friends.
His dad's rich doctor's friend. We've addressed this before, and you've been disproven, Sid. On said channel, you've been disproven.
To say his fucking feet hurt too bad. Yeah,
he had bone spurs, which is a permanently disqualifying condition.
Except now he's the healthiest guy in the world and has no issues, and there's never
because bone spurs don't affect your health.
Okay, but you can't go to war if you have them?
No, you cannot. Literally, the military said, we don't want you if you have bone spurs.
Yeah, and it's just convenient that they've not affected him in any way, and he's never talked about it since.
You can't go into the military if you have flat feet. Flat feet doesn't affect you on a daily basis. You can't go in the military if you have asthma. That doesn't affect you on a daily basis.
Here's the thing, guys. You know the whole problem about this whole serviceman thing? It's kind of disingenuous argument because like people don't really care. The only time y'all people want to bring up, if they're a serviceman or not, if you agree with them. If you don't agree with them, you don't even care that they're a serviceman.
Exactly.
So I hate that argument because it's like y'all pick and choose what servicemen you want to listen to.
But you don't understand. Like,
I mean, Joe Kent's a serviceman. Look how y'all doing him.
Joe Kent is a serviceman, so Joe Kent is allowed to have matters of opinion on what he does with his service.
We're all allowed to have matters of opinion. You said, dude, we all pay taxes. All of our money goes to this. We all have skin in the game. And you said we didn't. You said we didn't because we didn't choose to go into the military for our job.
Yeah, it's called public service. until you've given some public service. Maybe you shouldn't comment on people that have and what
I'm not
they want to
commenting
do.
on people that have. Is it true, yes or no, that servicemen will die in this war?
Yes,
right?
it is
They could
true.
very well die if we start escorting tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz, and we will get that on video of our military fucking escorting oil tankers. How does that look?
That we should do that. We should absolutely escort military or fucking tankers through it. You do realize blocking the Strait of Hormuz is against international law. You love international law so much.
Why are you invoking international law when you don't?
Because you're
care
the one
about
that loves
The other
it.
day you said something so crazy. You said
international law
fuck
is the sky
international
Dorito?
law, but
Yeah,
war,
fuck
but,
international law.
but
But I'm
war,
trying to argue on your level.
You said
I'm
fuck
trying
international law. No. You said fuck international law, but war crimes are bad. Make that
Yes,
make
war-
sense.
War crimes are.
How is something a war crime?
It's a war crime through the Geneva
It's against
Convention.
international law, which is international law.
No. International law is this vague thing that everybody likes to point to based off of treaties that have either expired or not fucking expired. Like, acknowledge it. Is blocking the Strait of Hormuz against international law? Yes or no? If you want to support international law, then you have to be consistent.
Yeah,
Is blocking the
I
Strait of
think it
Hormuz
is, but I
against
also
international
think
law?
that it was against international law, and this war is illegal in general. It was
How is it
started
against
illegal.
international law? The president has the authority to strike countries as he sees.
But to take out the head of state, though, that is breaking international law.
Yeah, that is, and there was no. I believe there was no imminent threat, which is a necessary condition.
So guys, you would be right. You would absolutely be right if we had a U.S. embassy in that. If you were engaged in negotiations and actually had a mission.
Dude.
No, if you kick out the embassy in your country, you are acknowledging that you're not legitimate in the eyes of the country that you're kicking out. They kicked out Israel and the United States, so they did this to themselves, really. Yes. Yes. If
There was also Iran also posed no imminent threat, which is a necessary
So what is
condition.
an imminent
for a
threat in your opinion,
preemptive
Sid?
strike.
What is an imminent threat in your opinion?
An imminent threat to our bases and an imminent threat to our homeland. There's no evidence they were planning to attack our bases. Why would they do that? It would
Why
be
were they
suicidal.
able to attack so quickly if they weren't already planning on attacking?
Because it was in the event of America or Israel attacking them,
So
which
they were an
seems
imminent
pretty.
threat. They were an imminent threat.
No, only if they were dude. They wouldn't have done this if they weren't attacked.
Do you know that? Do you presume to know what the Ayatollah Khomeini was thinking, Sid?
I'm pretty damn sure they wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been in their best
When
interest
all of
at
the
all.
missiles
And
start
they're not
pointing
just like
toward Iran-
they're not just dude. They're not just like cavemen, right? They could have done this at any point. They chose. They haven't.
And we have been told over and over again they planned on doing it. That's why all of the missiles were pointed at us. So that they could be fired quickly.
Doing what? Just firing at all of our bases? For what end? To what end?
Because they literally can't fight a conventional war, so they have to fight an asymmetrical war. It's the
Why would they
end.
start a war if they can't fight it? Why would they start one?
What do you mean? They literally have just said that their conditions of winning are just not dying. So they would
Well,
quote
their
unquote
conditions
win
of winning
according to
in
you.
this war, their conditions of winning in this war, which is a war they did not start.
They did start it. We had a preemptive strike against them before they started it.
No, they did not. You're really going to say Iran started this war, dude?
Iran started this war in 1979 when they kicked out the United States mission out of their country. Yes.
Oh my God. You are so propagandized, man.
You do realize they have declared war on us, right?
When? Now?
No. Throughout fucking history, several times they have declared war on us.
What, when they
and
said
committed
death to
acts-
America? Are you really
and
going to say
committed-
that?
No. The Ayatollah himself, his father, and him have reaffirmed their war with America. They have declared war on America repeatedly. So are we
Okay.
just the bad guys for taking them up on it?
I don't
They
think
weren't-
they ever declared war on us.
They
actually.
did. Look it up. Just fucking look it up. They have several times. The first time was in 1979 when they said we need to draw out the treasonous traitors and spies and wage war against America. The second time was in the 90s. The third time was
Yeah,
in the
because
early
we were
2000s.
involved in their government, and that's not really
That is
waging
called
war against
having a
us.
mission.
Because think about it,
We
if
are
they was
in-
waging war against us, then they would actually start attacking assets in the region. Actually,
Which they do. They have continuously.
And what they did was push our influence out of their country. That's not really a war.
That
and Monty, this doesn't even
pushing a mission out. No. Set doesn't understand what fucking pushing a mission out means. It means you are declaring war, and they did declare war after that.
Monty, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense because you said, okay, they had all their ballistic missiles set up.
Just look it
and
up. Why are you arguing with me when you can look it up for yourself?
No, because I'm going to make a point here.
You don't have a point if you haven't even acknowledged my point.
Look. Iran has never formally declared war on the United States, including in 1979. But the 1979 Islamic Revolution and the subsequent U.S. Embassy hostage crisis initiated decades of sustained hostilities. So what happened was a hostility, not a war. So Iran has never declared war.
All right, then we're just conducting hostilities against Iran.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, Monty, you gotta fucking admit that you were just wrong there, and you were just talking out your ass completely. Yeah, you were, unless Google's wrong, which you were telling us to look it up. So,
stand
can
by.
we get an acknowledgement there?
Has Iran declared war or conducted?
Oh, now you're changing the goalposts.
Against the United, because the conducting war is a declaration of war.
Okay.
Well, has Iran ever declared war on America in 1979? And I got it right here. Iran has never formally declared war on the United States. So if you can find something different, you let me know.
Yeah, and I can.
Yeah.
I'm finding it right now.
Perfect.
And that
Iran declares war on the United States. I can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Sid? Set?
I stopped talking. I stopped talking because I stopped talking because I interrupted you. So.
Oh no, I literally couldn't hear you. That's all I was saying. Sorry.
Let's see here. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, hostilities for sure.
Such as rhetorical statements such as Iran President Masoud Pakistan describing a full-fledged war with the United States, Israel, and Europe in December of 2025, referring to economic, political, security pressures, the officials calling the U.S.-Israel strikes an act of war, are not formal declarations under international norms, correct? The U.S. has also not formally declared war on Iran, correct? Consistent with no U.S. declaration since World War II. Now, Sid, would you call this a war that we're conducting with Iran? Since you want to play semantics? What we're doing to Iran, would you call that a war?
Shoot, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump say so, but Sid, what's going on with you? Oh, I think Sid, you're muted. You're muted, Sid. He's probably talking, but he's muted.
I think before he comes back, I just want to say, if you're going to use a consistent definition for what war is, and I mean, Set, I love you, buddy, but you literally, for the last 20 days that you've been covering this, you have called it the Iran war. And
because that's what Trump and Hegseth is calling it. So
just like when the Ayatollah says we're waging war on America, that is a declaration of war. That is a war that they've been waging against us.
That's not really a declaration.
So it only counts when we do it, Set? Really?
No, because let's be honest here.
Come on, don't.
Let's be real. If we're talking about past events, or we talking about current events, Monty?
Past events lead to current events, Set. It doesn't happen in a fucking vacuum.
No, because in past events, those are hostilities, not a war. Now,
then this is a hostility. Stop calling it the Iran war.
Both sides are calling it a war. Yeah, you're right. Because when you brought up the president, yes, that's the president who called it a war like a couple months ago. So if we're talking about today, when everybody's calling it a war, even top officials, then yeah, you can go ahead and say it's a war.
But
I mean,
if you go,
people who are leading our country are leading us into this war who's saying it's a war. So who are we to say differently?
Congress, we haven't declared war. Congress still has the right to declare war.
So Donald
Because
Trump
a declaration,
and Pete
a
Hegseth
declaration of
don't
war
know what a
means
war is,
something,
right? So
No,
they don't know what a war is.
oh my God. Waging war and declaring war are two different things. You can wage war without declaring war. A declaration of war.
Still war.
No, yes, a declaration of war is a formal fucking process. It hasn't happened because this is not a war, although people are calling it a war. It's the easiest thing to say instead of dancing around the term and being politically correct about what it is. But if you agree that this is a war because we say it's a war, then maybe you should agree when I say Iran has declared war on us before. Just because they haven't done formal declarations in their parliament doesn't mean that they haven't declared war on us when they say we are waging a war against the United States.
Yeah, but you called out one person who said it, not like, the
president of the country.
That's
if our
not
president,
the government. I mean, bro, hold on. Then that goes
Yes,
to my
it
point
is.
then, because you said only Congress can make war. And if our president's calling a war and their
I am
president's calling
telling
a
you
war,
to be consistent with your
yeah,
argument.
I
Either
am. You're not the one being consistent, because
I'm
if
holding
you're
you
saying
to
that
your
the
standard
president
of
can
it.
sit there and call it a war, and you're going with that, then I can sit there and say that the president's calling a war, and I can go with that.
Yes, so you should acknowledge when I say it instead of trying to poo-poo me away and say, oh, they haven't formally declared it.
Because they haven't.
Then neither have we. Be consistent.
Bro, we're calling it a war.
And
hold
are
on.
they.
And that wasn't your case. You said in the past they've declared war against us. And that's why we were arguing.
Yes, in the past they have declared war on us.
No, they
have not.
haven't. That was already been proven.
When they say we are waging a war against the United States, that's not them declaring war on us?
Monty, we're talking
Is it
about
yes or no?
We're talking about their president who said
the
that.
president
right?
said that.
But you said that, hey,
their president said that.
No, Monty. Their president, now when their president was talking, this was before the strike started happening. He was talking about, yes, it seems like we're in a potential war with the United States. Look like we're
No,
about to
not a
get into war with
potential.
them.
We are in a war. We are waging a war with the United States, is what he said. That is a direct quote. I have the quote in front of me.
All right. So guess what? All right. So if you're saying that his direct quote, right? His direct quote saying that we're going to war, and Donald Trump's calling it a war. All right. You want me to be consistent and say that? All right. Well, I guess it's a war on both sides, right?
Yes. That they started.
What? I've been had that position. I said that, yeah, if Donald Trump is calling it a war and Hegseth is calling it a war,
but you haven't acknowledged. But you have also said that this was unprovoked and that we weren't.
Because here's the thing: it was a war started by us.
When did we start the war?
They said it's a war after that.
No, they didn't. They've been saying that we are at war with the infidel and at war with the United States since 1979.
No, not really. No,
they haven't.
Hostilities. They didn't say war.
And when there's hostilities,
that there's hostilities.
And when there's hostilities, and they're saying we are at war with you, if that's not what we're doing right now, I don't know what is.
Monty, you are changing the goalposts. When you first started talking about this,
no, I'm not. I'm telling you. You look at the no. You're changing the goalpost. It means one thing when we do it, but another thing when Iran does it.
No, I haven't said anything on this yet because I was out of service. No, dude, you started this conversation by saying they formally declared war on us in 1979.
No, I didn't. I said they have declared war on us. I didn't say formally. I specifically left formally out of it because they haven't done that, and we haven't done it either.
And then Seth reads like the thing that comes closest to it,
we
which
are at
happened
war right
last
now,
year.
even though we have not formally declared war, then you must believe that the Iran has also declared war on us, though not formally. You have to be consistent. That's
Here's
all
the
I'm
difference.
saying.
Have people in the government said
Iran's a smaller country. Is that what you're about to say?
No. Have people in Iran's government said it? Yeah, it appears so. Not when you said they did, and not who you said did. But it appears they have said so. But in action, they were like funding proxies. In action, we're saying we're at war. In action, we're saying we're at war, and we're fucking bombing them on the daily.
Just because we're better at it doesn't mean they're not trying to do it.
Well, here's the problem that you have. They did have ballistic missiles. They were pointed at us. Why didn't they just start firing them if that's what they wanted so bad?
I don't know. Maybe because they weren't ready.
How weren't they ready?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking Iranian security agent.
I mean, what?
Well, this is a big problem in your narrative, Monty. This is a big problem in
The
your narrative.
the narrative that you still haven't even addressed. But okay.
What do you want me to say? Okay, a member of their government recently said waging war.
Several members of their government throughout history have reaffirmed and declared war on us. And if we stop.
Not formal
Let me
war,
finish
but
my
just
whole
declared
fucking thought before you interrupt me. Throughout history, Iran, via their ayatollahs, via their presidents, via their security chiefs, via fucking consulates and all that fun shit, have declared that they are at war with the United States several times. No, they have not taken a parliamentary vote. They don't have that system of governance. The Ayatollah says do this, and they do it. So
no, they do have a parliament.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Again, now, if you're going to say that because the president acted unilaterally and is calling this a war, just because we have better munitions than them and better planes than them does not mean that they tried to fuck. Like if you go and you're 5'2" and you try to fucking fuck with Debo and Debo fucking pushes your shit in, that doesn't mean you didn't start the fight.
Well, I would say, Monty, if you are actually interested in my opinion,
I am. Long as you hear mine. As long as you hear and acknowledge mine, I will hear and acknowledge yours.
Yeah, what I would say is I largely see those statements as propaganda by the Iranian regime. And we can look to other regimes that do this as well.
That's fair. That's fair. Yes.
North Korea is a great example. They say they're still in
We
an
are
active
actually
war.
at war with North Korea, though.
Well, they say they're still in a war with South Korea and North Korea, or South Korea and America. But
we technically are. We are actually at a declared war. This
is skewing the idea of what war is, right? Because yes, there's hostility, but
God damn it! Hello, hold on, Sid. I can't hear you. I want to hear what you're saying. Can you hear me, Sid?
Yeah, is it any better? Sorry.
That's better.
Yeah,
No, I think that was actually my connection. I'm sorry. So you were saying North Korea is still at war with us?
No, I'm saying I don't think we are at war with them because them saying it and having that belief in action isn't necessarily being at war. I could say, Monty, I'm at war with you, and then if I just sit here in Montana, never come and do anything to you, maybe send you a few mean messages, and that's my idea of war. That wouldn't really. I mean, yeah, I said I was at war, but am I really? You know, but we say we're at war, and we are bombing the shit out of them and destroying oil energy infrastructure. Or at least Israel is our partners in this war.
Yes, I understand the whole point that you're trying to make. We're at war, and we actually follow through with what we say we're going to do. Just because someone doesn't follow through does not mean that we're not at war with them. That is the matter of the point. You brought up North Korea, which North Korea is actually a very bad example in my favor because we are in a declared war with them and nothing is happening.
No, we're not, dude. We haven't fought that war for over 50 years, dude. There's been no fighting.
We don't have 5,000 Marines sitting on the South Korean border through a demilitarized zone waiting for a fucking armistice to break.
That's what ended the war. We view the Korean War as ended. North Korea is the only country that views it as still ongoing.
Which means we should take them seriously. If they still think, bro, Sid.
But that's propaganda. That's propaganda for their people, dude. That's propaganda for their people.
It doesn't matter if it's propaganda. Just because someone's retarded doesn't mean you don't take them seriously when they have a knife in their hand.
No, it's propaganda for their people. It's to tell their people. You're believing their propaganda. They tell their people.
No, I'm taking them seriously at their word when they say that they are at war with us. I think North Korea should be dealt with. Why would I?
Yeah, if they're not acting on it and they have it for over 50 years. I mean, they've acted on it in ways where they've armed themselves, but do you realistically think that North Korea is just going to start nuking everybody? Like,
honestly, no, I don't think that they are. But I think we should still be ready and fucking willing to fight them when they do, because they have
I'm not saying we shouldn't be ready. I'm not saying we shouldn't be ready. I'm saying we're not at war with them right now.
Correct. But North Korea hasn't fucking blown up our oil tankers. North Korea hasn't fucking blocked the Strait of Hormuz. North Korea hasn't tried to insert their will against us and
If
act
we attack them, they
aggressively.
will.
Iran has.
Dude, everything you just mentioned, what happened after we attacked Iran?
No, it didn't. It happened before as well, dude. So you said that they're not at war.
They blocked
No,
the Strait of Hormuz. They blocked the Strait of Hormuz when they were fighting Iraq. Yeah.
And
But
they
since
blew up
then,
an American fucking oil tanker. We had the tanker wars. They blew up an American naval ship. Look up Operation Praying Mantis. Just because we're not in a fucking formal declared state of war does not mean a country does not wish to do us harm. And by definition, asymmetric warfare means you don't follow the rules of war, like making a declaration when you attack somebody.
I don't know.
We are
I don't even know what your point is at this point. Like,
oh my god, I can't hear you, dude. Hold on.
Okay,
Literally, the last thing I said, I didn't hear anything after that. Sorry.
Can you hear it all? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yes.
I'm not understanding your point, because now you're seeming to say, of course they haven't declared war because a country like Iran would never do that. This whole little side quest we're on right now started by you saying they have declared war. So I don't really...
They have declared war. No, this is not a side quest. This is my main point. My main point is that Iran has fucking said that they're at war with us. We have taken them seriously on that. They have lost the war that they have fucking declared. What? So what?
Wait,
like I don't understand what's missing.
You're saying they've lost already? They've lost
Yes,
the war.
they have lost. They have absolutely lost already.
Why are we like ramping up? Why are we escalating right now?
Because we want to decimate their military in every facet of the word.
But they've already lost, so.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they still don't have a military. We've lost 11 MQ-9 Reaper drones. That's about $300 million that we've lost. We want to get retribution for that, so we need to take out a little bit more equipment to make it more proportional.
Jesus.
We've also lost.
But now we want to beat them by 42.
We've also lost American lives. It's funny that you just mentioned the money, right? But
yeah, we've lost American lives, but that hasn't been. We didn't lose them because they got shot down. We lost them because fucking Iran committed a terrorist attack.
Well, and there was just like a refueling accident.
That was, yes, but that accident happens in fucking stateside too. So I'm not going to blame Iran for that.
I'm not saying blame Iran, but this is, I mean, they were doing that because of the war in Iran.
You're looking for me to say that we need retribution for something other than the money. And the only thing that they've actually directly attacked was the 7 service members in Bahrain, which we should get a pound of flesh for them as well, and the 11 MQ-9 Reapers that have been shot down.
Well, to be fair, we did kill about 165 little girls. So I don't know. Maybe their lives don't have as much value, but
I mean, their lives do have values. But that was an accident. They didn't accidentally fucking blow up our people in that base.
What I'm looking for is like some consistency here. When you're saying, and you're really parroting Trump, that we've already won the war. Yeah, we're only escalating. We're only escalating, and Trump is like lashing out at Israel
because we have won, but they have not surrendered.
Dude, then we haven't won.
All right, let's be consistent then. We haven't won. We are just decimating them. We have air supremacy. We don't even have air superiority. We have air supremacy.
They are inflicting damage in a different way, though.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do. Like, that doesn't mean that they're winning a war. If I beat your ass and you run away and say I didn't die, so I won, that's not how that works, Sid, and you know that.
Now, hold on. In terms of Iran, though, the problem with Iran is that
if I'm beating your ass and then you call my mom fat, yeah, you inflicted emotional damage on me, but I still whooped your ass.
No, if you're beating my ass,
asymmetric war, so we can't.
Like, that's what Iran's doing right now, dude.
Yeah,
they're like, your mom's fat, dude. As they're getting their face pushed in. Does that mean they won?
If I can interject real quick, the problem with Iran is that
I'm fighting the war in a different way. Okay, cool.
I don't know if he can hear you.
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, you can't hear me. Well,
fuck. I'm gonna come out and come back in. I can't hear anybody other than Sid.
All right, I'll be on the lookout. But what I was pretty much saying is that we're fighting an asymmetric war. So to kind of like, I guess, measure it off of how much destruction we're causing, yeah, that's not it, though. The problem with this asymmetric war is that, one, These guys are all in. They're ready to be martyred over this. And then two, their goal is to cause as much damage in the region to make this as unsavory as possible. When you start destroying oil fields and people start seeing $5 a gallon, that's gonna make
you're absolutely right, Seth, and it is having a lot of damage on us, and like pretty much no other population in any other country is in favor of this
war
whatsoever.
What does that have to do with winning the war?
No, that's the problem. It's hard to win the war if they're going to cause regional damage. Because it's going to drive up prices on us.
So that is
I don't think you have an understanding of their goal.
That is not war. That is not war.
You know, it is part of war. That's that's an asymmetric war. They know they can't take us up top.
So this is like fucking calling gay marriage because we say it is. Like, just because you change the definition of a word doesn't change the definition of the word.
No, Monty, you don't understand their goal
right now, Set.
You don't understand their goal. Their goal is to inflict as much economic pain.
It doesn't matter what their goal is. It doesn't matter what their goal is.
It does, dude. You have to have an understanding of the goal. You have to.
Remember last year when we did fucking Operation Midnight Hammer and we fucked Iran's shit up, and they're like, we're gonna win this war because we're gonna send a missile towards Qatar. We're gonna announce it, so we won.
Dude. No, that was actually a show of good faith.
Yeah, they was just
sending a missile our way was a show of good faith.
Yeah, because
dude, they literally called Trump before. They literally called Trump beforehand.
If it's a show of good faith, why did they send the missile at all?
Because they had to do something to save face for the population.
Oh, okay. So as long as they come on, guys, come on.
I mean, wait, you didn't know that?
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I called it out. I did know it, but I'm calling it out. I'm saying that it's not fucking. It's laughable. They're just a laughing stock, and they should not be taken seriously.
Well, no, dude, this time is different, and they should be taken seriously because
extremely.
There's no global support for this among any of our allies' population.
And
you say that, but Trump is trying to get people on board to help out. He's saying
proving the point that NATO won't be there for us when we ask them to be there for us. So why the fuck should we be in NATO?
Well, a lot of these countries are democracies, and they don't want to see their people dying to help the United States finish a war that we started by choice.
They should not be our allies. They should not be our allies. That's what an ally does.
Dude, NATO is a defensive.
You go to war with your allies.
NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not we got to start a war and then beg them to come help us.
We were attacked.
No, what?
Yep, we were attacked.
What are you talking about?
As soon as Iran committed the first cyber attack on us in 2000, that was an attack on one, so it should have been an attack on all.
Then why didn't we invoke Article 5?
We shouldn't have had to. Our allies should have had our back.
I mean, you have to invoke Article 5.
Attack is a reason, bro. I ain't gonna lie. We should be attacking Russia and China and a lot of people at that point.
We should.
God damn it, Monty.
Dude.
All right, let's be consistent. You're consistent at least.
You're not gonna get me to be inconsistent. I have been consistent through all of this. My ideas and my opinions are rooted in metrics, not just opinions.
Yeah, but sometimes the consistency, I would say you're consistent, but somewhat to a fault. But
I'm consistent. No, you can't be consistent. No. You have to have principles. You have to say, okay, if these conditions are met, this is what I would think because I believe these things. And
I think there's a video of you screaming at me, Monty.
I can't hear you. What did you say? God damn it, Sid.
I think there's a video.
All right.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, but you're good. Now you're good.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
There's a video of me screaming at you about Russia.
About how Russia has nukes, and I want to get us into a nuclear war because I want to arm Ukraine more and allow them to strike inside Russia. Yes. And you're like, dude, that'll start a nuclear war. You're fucking insane. And now you're saying we should be on a global front war with anyone that's ever done a cyber attack on us. So
yes,
how many countries does that include?
I'm not saying that I'm willing. I'm not saying that we should go do it. What I'm saying is that there should be retribution for them doing that to us. Those are acts of war.
Yeah, and we.
Sid, either get fucking better connection.
Here's the problem calling out every atrocity of Iran, because you got to understand this has always been a tit for tat. It's never been oh, we didn't do anything to them and they just came and attack us, and it's never been oh, like they didn't do, like we never did, they never did anything to us,
Are you an American or are you an
It's a
Iranian? Are you an American
No,
or are you
I'm
an Iranian?
explaining the nuance of war, Monty.
I
Calm
understand
down.
the nuance. I'm
I
not
know.
saying that.
And then you shouldn't. Then you shouldn't be instant. And you shouldn't be asking me that question, because you should understand where I'm getting at here. Is that we will always be in an endless cycle of war if our excuse is, well, they did this to us, without understanding that, you know what, this has been a both-way aggression. Let's let bygones be bygones and let's come to the table here, because
we can do that.
This has never been a tit for tat. And I'm gonna be real with you. Currently, we have not had no good faith efforts of taking off an off ramp when it came to Iran.
Has Iran tried to take an off ramp for us?
Yes. Really? Yes, the JCPOA was an off ramp.
Bro, the JCPOA did nothing but give them money and let them build a nuclear weapon.
Because it took off the sanctions that gave them their own money, and and now we have
we were taking away from them so they couldn't do this.
We had eyes on their nuclear. We had eyes on their nuclear capabilities. That's just the
even though the IAEA just said that they found more proof that they were hiding stuff from us, even under the JCPOA.
Bro,
did you see that?
No, actually, I heard that. I heard that they had all eyes on them until 2018 when everything got ripped up. So
Monty,
what we know
Monty,
now, what I know is that yes, we had eyes on there. We had a good deal going, and for some reason,
look up IAEA announces new material in Isfahan never found before. Look that up real quick.
Monty, I think you have an issue here, because there is going to be an off-ramp at some point, hopefully, of this war, and it might look like something like the regime staying in place, and something that resembles the JCPOA very closely, with the one difference maybe being no sunset provision. That is a very likely outcome, and then you're going to sing the praises of that deal, even though it's almost exactly like the JCPOA.
I don't like that deal as you just described it. If there's a deal that fucking limits their military capability, I want them to be Japan for a little while. They need to be Japan. They need to have no offensive military, that no missiles that can go outside of their borders. They can only have interceptors to defend themselves. I want them to be able to defend themselves. So S.E.T, don't tell me I just want to kill the poor Iranians. And that's it.
No,
I think
that you kind of just tell one side of the story without telling the nuance, as a way to just kind of
fuck the nuance. Fuck the nuance.
You need the nuance, or else we'll be in forever wars. That's why you need the nuance.
No, you need to.
One side is never all the way in the correct. That's the problem.
Okay? So how was Japan kind of all in the right when they attacked us?
Monty, that's a completely different situation, you know.
No, you said war. It's not always one side.
Yeah, there's even nuance in that. In their point of view, we were trying to destroy their way of life. We were trying to take.
We literally didn't even enter the war. We were literally not even in the war. We were literally not even in the war. We hadn't declared war on anybody.
They thought that we were going to get involved, and that was a threat to them. Like I said, I'm not agreeing with that, but that's just the way they were thinking back then. That's just it. But in Iran, it's a little different. This has been a tit for tat situation for a minute now. I mean,
and who started it?
We did arm Saddam with the supplies to create a chemical bomb or chemical weapons to be used against them. You don't think they take that to heart either?
Who attacked who first, S.E.T?
Pertaining to
this entire fucking situation that's been going on for fucking 50 years.
We attacked them first.
We attacked them first. Okay. Yes. If that's what you believe, then I need you to reevaluate the history. What was the first attack that we did?
What was it? Midnight Hammer.
Bro, 50 years of history, and that's what you go back to?
Currently, yes. Who started this war? Yes, Midnight Hammer. Actually, if you really want to know who started this, it was us when we tried to influence their government when they tried to do better for themselves with their oil. So that's what really popped it.
The oil that they had already sold to the United States?
No, if you actually understood the history like you want to bring up, you would understand that the Iranians wanted a better future for themselves through nationalizing their oil, and we stopped them from doing that.
So they did the same thing Venezuela. You had no problem defending what we did in Venezuela. No. They wanted to nationalize their oil, which means steal it from the people they already sold it to.
No. Okay, Monty, hold on now. You really don't know what I'm talking about.
I
Because
can't
when
hear you.
nationalizing
Hold on.
their oil,
Set,
they was
hold on,
getting
hold on,
ripped
hold on. Go
off
back and
by the America and Brits
Hold
on their
on. I
oil.
can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh.
Go back. Say what you said again. I'm sorry. I really couldn't hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying by nationalizing their oil, they was getting ripped off on their oil by the Brits and America, and we were doing that to them when they wanted to get a better deal to get more money for their people. We overthrew them for that. We got in the way of the president that wanted to do that for the Iranian people.
Because you can't Indian give
They weren't trying to
deals.
do what Venezuela was doing. No, they were trying to actually enrich their people by getting a better deal for their oil by nationalizing
That's what they
it,
said.
and we stopped them.
Hold on. That's what they said, but have their people gotten any better in the last 47 years?
We stopped them, Monty. That's why, because we stopped
We
them.
stole their oil. We stole their oil. They don't sell
No, we
oil to
made sure
anybody.
that they could never get a better deal for their oil because they would be able to do that by nationalizing it.
So that's the same argument that Hugo Chavez made 20 years ago. And all that happened is American businessmen lost the capital that they had invested in the country. That's all that happened.
Monty, we're talking about Iran. I think you actually need to look up that history a little bit, bro. Maybe I need to play a video.
But stop, don't be condescending. Set, if you don't want me to be condescending,
because it's two
I
different
think you
things
need
you're
to look up
talking
the
about.
history.
Because I get what you're
If
talking
you
about,
don't want me to
Chavez, but
act
that's
like that to you,
completely
hold on.
different.
Hold on. If you don't want me to act like that to you, why are you doing that to me?
Monty, I'm not, because I'm just telling you.
You just did it.
You're a bit confused about the history.
I'm not confused. Stop being condescending, Set. That is condescending.
I'm not. I'm just telling you, you're being confused about the history.
I'm not being confused about the history. I know what nationalizing your oil means, and I was the one that brought it up.
Yeah. No. Well. Okay, Monty. Whatever. I'll just leave it alone then.
But no. Hold on. I need to address it. Please don't be like
Monty,
that to me.
I wasn't
I'm not
being
like that.
condescending towards you. I was just saying that, I just believe you're confused on this one.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to tell you, and I'm trying to explain how I'm not confused, and you don't want to hear that. Then you want to be condescending. I don't like that, man.
I wasn't being condescending, but go ahead.
Hey, Monty.
I understand the history behind it, and I still think that we are on the right side of it. I think that once you sell something to somebody, you don't come back and say, give us a better deal or else we're kicking your government out. That is making threats. That's not trying to negotiate. So if you say that we're bad at negotiating with Iran, maybe it's because there's a history of them acting in bad faith, and they're going to do whatever they want, whether we agree with it or not.
I disagree, but all right. Well, Sid, you said you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the thing that Monty keeps saying, and it's one. Hello, yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. My phone. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It's all good.
It's everybody's phone.
So, this line that we've been at war for 47 years, this doesn't ring true to most Americans. I feel like that's probably why this is so unpopular among anyone that's not MAGA, really. And it's because Americans haven't felt like they're at war with Iran for 47 years. Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah,
yes, I do acknowledge that, and that's why I'm trying to bring awareness to it and not say, "Oh, this just goes back to Isfahan in last year." That is all people can't even fucking remember what happened last week. We're already off of the ICE protests and on to something new. Our cyclical news cycle portrays that and pushes that forward. I am trying to give a little bit more context and a little bit more situation other than Donald Trump is just an idiot because I don't understand this war.
Well, I do think Donald Trump is an idiot.
Would you agree that people that are more informed should be listened to instead of people that just fucking...
I would agree, but you are also not like the most informed person, on this. I'm not saying
I absolutely am. I've literally brought up fucking thing after thing after thing after thing.
You have a better understanding than probably the general, regular normie, but also I think that you're misguided on a lot of stuff, and I also
you disagree with me. We have clarity but not understanding. You disagree with me. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not informed on something. That means you disagree with me.
Well, no, I'd never say I'm the most informed or I need to be listened to by everybody on this topic.
I am literally saying that you are. You should be listened to. Your opinion should be listened to the same way my opinion. I'm putting you on my level because I think you're at least as smart or smarter than me.
Well, I appreciate that, but I personally don't think like, oh, I'm the best person to listen to. I know all this from.
What in this conversation between you, me, and Set, we are both three highly educated fucking people that have informed opinions. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say we're the smartest people in the room. Well, I guess technically we are the smartest people in the room, but you know what I mean.
Well, I guess back to my point though is like, I don't think you're going to be able to convince most Americans that are not in favor of this war and have like war fatigue generally that this is necessary because for 47 years we've been at war. Like people are going to hear that and be like, are we in 1984 when they said we've always been at war with East Asia? You know, like
I get
it just sounds like
that, but
propaganda.
that is not
right?
something to just poo-poo away, Sid.
I mean, you don't have to poo-poo it away, but you can understand that we've had tensions and hostilities with Iran and think that there's a different way to solve it other than going to full-scale war with them.
And if we were going to solve it, we would have solved it, and I don't think we did solve it. And I think we just created problems that pushed the goalpost further and further and further down the road because no president has actually wanted to deal with Iran. Reagan got real close with fucking Operation Praying Mantis, and we should have fucking followed it through then. But I think, damn it, Sid, you're loud. I think that we should have dealt with this a long time ago, and we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now. If we would have dealt with it a long time ago, we wouldn't have lost any American servicemen. And that's what makes me upset about this, that we have lost people and we didn't fucking need to.
Well, that's just a counterfactual, Monty. That's just like a history that never happened, and you're kind of assuming what would have happened there. We don't know what would have happened.
Yes, it's an unverifiable counterfactual, but it's still a fucking pretty accurate one.
Well, there's no way to know that. Like, but
that's
I want to shift because I have to go soon. I wanted to have another point of agreement with you and kind of talk to Seth about something.
Oh shit!
With the CNN poll, man.
Bro, that fucking poll is stupid as fuck.
Ain't no way.
Bro, hold on. 100%. I guess Set, you don't exist. Shut the fuck up. You don't exist.
No, here's the thing is I think Set would be accurately counted in that. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, because that part, the 100%, was people that identify as MAGA, approve of Trump in general. 90% approve of the war. So there is a 10% of MAGA that don't approve of it, but still approve of Trump. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. That does make a little bit more sense. I heard what Set said, and he's like, they're just trying to make us look like cultists again. And I think that's more likely what's happening.
Yeah,
but
come on.
For me, I don't understand. Like, Set, would you include yourself in that group of someone that doesn't support the war but still supports Donald Trump and approves of Donald Trump?
Yeah, I still approve of the plans that he had going on before the war.
And you also agree with what he's doing right now, right? With the SAVE Act and with other things in foreign policy.
Bro, domestic policy's on point, but I always did say for some reason Republicans suck at geopolitics, or like they just suck at it.
I think Republicans are better than Democrats at geopolitics, but I agree with you that they suck. If that means
here's what you get when you get a Republican in office: you get tax cuts, war in the Middle East, economic crisis. That happened under Bush, and it's going to happen under Trump. The third one hasn't happened under Trump.
It also happened under Obama. Except we just didn't get tax cuts; we got tax hikes.
We actually stopped a war under Obama. What war did we stop
under Iraq? What war did we stop under Obama?
Iraq.
Oh, we stopped Iraq. So a war that was already over before he got in office, we stopped.
We also pulled out of Afghanistan under Joe Biden, and Obama inherited that economic crisis. George Bush, it started while George Bush was still in office.
Obama inherited the economic crisis, but literally 8 years later, we're still in it.
We weren't in it. We were recovering out of it. I mean, we were not in a recession. We were not in a recession for 8 years.
Gas being at $5 a gallon, I would not say is recovering.
We were not in a recession for 8 years. But we did get out of that, and our economy was growing again.
No, we just had hyperinflation because of 3 quantitative easings. Sorry.
I mean, I'll say this. I mean, yeah, y'all kind of both right, because let's be real. Obama did turn around the recession through quantitative easing, which probably could have led to further economic damage down the line. So
Yes, I was gonna say that's like filling your.
He probably did kick the can down the road. I'm be
bro,
real.
Set. He did fill the gas tank up. He just filled it up with piss.
And I'm be real with you. Obama did, he did some strikes himself. He did bomb a couple countries,
Yeah, strikes.
He was the
like,
bombardier in chief.
Yeah, until Trump got in office and then did away with mandated reporting on drone strikes, and they increased like threefold. He like tripled Obama's numbers in his first term, and they didn't even fucking report them all. They stopped reporting them all, so we don't even know exactly how many he even did.
I mean, all I know is
going
that
crazy in Yemen.
all I know is that I agreed with Obama when he was doing the drone strikes. I thought that they were unconstitutional when it came to Americans. I agree with Trump when he's doing what he's doing in Operation fucking Epic Fury and Operation Midnight Hammer. I think generally killing terrorists is a good thing.
Okay. Anyway, I want to get back to this. Seth, how can you, at this point, how can you say you still approve of Trump on everything?
Here comes the hook. Here comes the hook. Now he's going to try to turn you into a liberal, Set.
No, you don't have to be a liberal. Obviously, I don't think that's possible. But I just don't know how you square
He's a
it.
reformed liberal. Stop it. No, we're not letting you have Set.
I approve of Trump, except on the war with Iran, which is affecting all these other things. Like, wouldn't you at that point just not approve of Trump? Like, I'm sure there's other things you didn't approve of either, like his handling of like the Epstein files and stuff.
I mean, you gotta think about it like this. I'm giving him a chance to correct course. Like you gotta understand. It's kind of like. Yeah,
how could you give him credit for fixing a problem he started?
I mean, I gave Biden a chance to correct course, and he didn't. I always give people a chance when I see them going down the wrong path. I'm just like, you know what? I don't agree with it, but if you correct course, you could possibly get to doing some good things.
Or if he proves to you that it was actually a good endeavor. You said the same thing about Venezuela, and you're like, well, I guess now it's a good thing that we don't have fucking Maduro in power. Sid, please.
That we control their oil. I mean, I can't be mad at that.
Sid, you're loud.
Sorry. Okay, is it any better?
I get what you're saying though. You're pretty much saying, well, you disagree with this war, and the war is about to hit everything that I do agree with. So why don't I just disagree with Trump outright? Because he hasn't destroyed everything yet, or God forbid he destroys everything.
He's not even half as bad as Biden is, and everybody's giving him shit.
Well, Biden kept us out of this war.
But
Biden didn't keep us out of shit. Biden literally sent $350 billion to Ukraine.
You got to understand what just happened here. We just got $2.50 dangled in front of our face. We was loving it. We was enjoying it. And then that shit was ripped right from us.
Yeah, but it's not $4.20 like it was under Biden.
That's the
dude. Some people are predicting
this doesn't matter, Monty. We were still like, people are going through an affordability crisis, and we were recovering from it, and then we go backwards. I get it. I'm understanding enough to be like, look, we can still course correct, but a lot of people are going like,
it's not course correction, Set. This is the course that you have to take to get cheaper gas.
No, it's
not. I don't agree with Monty on. I don't agree with Monty that this is how you get cheaper gas, but I do agree that there is no course correction to be done here. This is the course that Trump is on. This was always the course that Trump was on, and like he didn't necessarily lie. He contradicted himself all the time, but he didn't necessarily lie, and he was never a dove. I don't get how people are like, he just completely fooled me and tricked me, and I thought it was going to be so different. It's like, well, how come I had the understanding that this would happen?
I had the understanding, and I agree with the understanding. Like, me and Sid understand Trump, but somehow, Set, you think you're betrayed, and you keep playing this Call of Duty fucking skit with fucking Call of Duty Ghosts. I'm like, no, that's not what Trump did. I understand it.
What he did.
I understand everything he said, and I agree with it. Sid understands everything he did and disagrees with it. We have the same understanding, and the disagreement insists.
Nah, bro. Nah, I ain't gonna lie to you. He's basically burning everything he promised for Americans with this war.
No, he didn't.
And
no, he's not.
He's gonna cook himself for the midterms. There will be a blue wave.
Are you gonna vote for a Democrat, Set?
Nope. I will not.
Okay, then
But I will tell you what people will do. I'll tell you what most people will do, though. They will vote for a Democrat because of this, because the Democrats are going to do the smart thing and latch on to a anti-war and affordability stance that Trump is failing on.
Except they don't actually make anything affordable, Set. They don't make anything
But all they
affordable.
got to do is talk about it. We see how, bro, you got to understand here. The American people are right now desperate on the affordability shit. Whatever. Desperate, dumb, don't matter. They are our people at the end of the day. And just because they're desperate and dumb don't mean we can't take what their feelings into consideration. Like, yes, we're thinking about it logically, but we got to think about the American people as well. I mean, it's fucked up to say it, but yes, desperate and dumb. And they
then as Republicans,
and anything that goes in the opposite of that will turn their vote.
As Republicans, we should explain what the fuck is going on and explain it in a way that people understand. You have a platform with 130,000 fucking people on it.
There is no explaining that. I'm sorry. I would be sitting there like, I ain't gonna lie, playing propaganda if I'm sitting here talking about, oh, it's all good.
It's not playing propaganda to explain what's going on to people.
I am.
Monty.
And me explaining it is, yes, this war is going on. Yes, it does seem like Israel dragged us into it. Yes, gas prices are going up. And I ain't gonna lie, it doesn't really seem like there's an off-ramp in sight. Like,
Monty, you're kind of making the wrong argument to set right now. I don't really think people need to explain to them because this war has a 90% approval rating among Republicans. It's not really fracturing MAGA that much. Like, Republicans disagreed with the Epstein files handling more than they disagree with this.
Yes, because that is something that fucking should be handled better. And but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get people to understand is that there is a concerted effort amongst all of the podcasters on the internet, amongst all the fucking doomers, the Nick Fuenteses, the fucking Alex Jones, the same people that we called kooks 6 months ago when we disagreed with them on one thing, we're calling them fucking saints on this because we agree with them.
Wait, who's calling them that? Me? I'm definitely not. And I kind of overlap with them a little bit.
Go on Twitter. Just go on Twitter. Just go on Twitter.
All right. I do. I see what you're talking about, but like it doesn't really seem to be having an effect on the MAGA base. I think Trump is right when he says he is MAGA. He decides what is MAGA.
Yes, it's his fucking campaign slogan. Yes, he does decide what "Make America Great Again" means to him as the president. I think it's completely preposterous to sit here and, unless you want to start a new party and call it the MAGA party, then yes, Trump gets to fucking say what his campaign slogan that he came up with is.
He didn't come up with it. Ronald
Yes,
Reagan
he did. Did he put it on his fucking
America
shit?
first? That's always been a thing.
He put it on? Did he?
He literally stole that from Ronald Reagan, dude.
Okay, but does that mean he didn't come up with it? That he didn't fucking put it on his shit and didn't?
I mean, he made it. He made it his slogan.
Did he campaign with it? Yes or no? Did he campaign with it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you.
Look, I'm gonna go lean into both your points. Now, Sid point, you're right. 90% of MAGA does seem to be in agreement with this, but here's the problem: for how long? Because if this war keeps going on, you're going to start seeing that 90% start shedding, 80, 75. Shoot, if it's 3 months long, we'll
maybe stop being doom and gloomy, Set, and fucking look at the positives.
I'm not being doom and gloom. I'm about to get to the good side. Or this can end within a month. Things go back down. He's back to getting these trade deals done. He's back to making energy cheaper. And we all just look at this as just one bad little blip. Just one bad.
I don't think it was a bad blip. I think it's going to serve greater purpose.
Well, a lot of
people. So I got some bad news for you. I got a little bit of bad news for you. Even energy experts within the Trump administration are saying that if this ended tomorrow, right, there's a ceasefire or peace deal tomorrow, the energy probably wouldn't come back down to where it was until 2027. So we're in it for the long haul.
Bullshit.
Well, it's going to take time, man.
Everybody said that we can't. Hold on. The same experts said that inflation was transitory and didn't really exist. So I don't.
These are people within the Trump administration.
No, these are bureaucrats in Washington that fucking go through different administrations.
I forget his name. It was a Trump appointee. But he said 2027.
And who is he working with? The same people that were in the Biden administration, the same people that were in Trump 1, the same people that were in fucking Obama 2.
Well, But listen to what is being said. Like, he's not wrong. This is a global market, and these things take time to correct. They also take time to feel. That's why we don't feel it immediately. You know, like we feel it some of it immediately, but not the extent of it.
Everybody, so
we're on
can
the
you?
brink of an energy crisis, Monty. I hope you understand.
We're on the. And why are we on the brink of an energy crisis, Sid?
Because of this war we started.
Oh, because of this war. Not to do with anything about cutting down the Keystone Pipeline. Not to do with anything about cutting down oil bases.
All right, I found this. I found what you're talking about. Trump's official says gas prices will return to normal in a few more weeks, but his own energy department says it will be 2027.
Yeah,
that's cool. I don't care what experts say. Experts have been wrong. Remember 2 weeks to stop the curve?
Well, why don't you put your point down? Like, when do you think it will?
I think
return to normal.
Whenever the actual war ends, and there's a ceasefire signed or there's a deal redone, I think economic things are to follow that. And I mean, oil futures aren't really trading that high. We're talking about $50 a barrel to $80 a barrel to $90 a barrel. Like, it's not really that fucking high. We have seen $80 a barrel gas several times in war and in peace, in COVID and without COVID. It's not that big of a fucking deal. If we saw a huge spike to $200 a barrel or $150 a barrel at the onset of this war, the market would have already priced that in, and we would have already seen it, and we would be expecting prices to go up later. We're not seeing that. The market seems to understand that this is not going to be a fucking long-lived thing. That's what they're pricing in. And if something changes, look to the market for what the fucking is going to happen.
Isn't it selling at 120?
What was it? Brent crude is one of the main ones, which is like 100. Is selling at like $108 to 111, and then we got WTI crude, which is at $96 to $97 a barrel. Well, these will fluctuate throughout the day, so we'll see.
Yeah, and Israel's kind of wilding out when they're attacking like the South Pars oil field that's shared with Qatar. And then what do you think is going to happen if like by no action of our own, this unpredictable actor, Israel, keeps escalating?
What's up with y'all? I'm sorry, hold on. I was looking at 123 a barrel, but I don't think this pertains to us.
Not crude oil futures are at 94.20. Guess what China's paying for oil right now?
Probably a lot.
A lot. Oh. And was that not our economic fucking position in 2016?
Not to do it to us as well, though.
No, no. The only reason it's happening to us is because we're affected by global supply chain. Right now, we're fucking up the Chinese supply chain, which means they cannot fucking progress a military, which means they cannot project power. This is a good thing. This is a fucking good thing. I understand fucking people don't want to pay $7 a gallon in the middle of Los Angeles where there's literally fucking $2 a gallon in gas tax. I get that, but fucking come on. You guys were all up and ready. You guys were all up and ready to go fucking pay $6. And I'm talking about the liberals. You were all ready to pay $6 a gallon for gas when it was to support Ukraine.
No, everybody hated that. Everybody hated that, and it was going down. It was starting to go down even under Biden.
But we were told that we were horrible people. We were told that we were horrible people. We were told that we were horrible people for pointing out that gas was $6 a fucking gallon because Ukrainian people mattered more than our gas prices. That's what we were told. So I think it's a little disingenuous for people like you, who I guarantee were fucking saying the same thing, who had the fucking Ukrainian flag in their fucking bio, to now lecture us on $3.50 a gallon gas.
Well, there is a difference between supporting an ally that is being invaded and launching a war of choice, right? Like,
really? Is Ukraine an ally? Is Ukraine an ally? No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. No, they are not. They're not a part of NATO.
That doesn't. So only our allies are only people that are part of NATO. I mean, Australia or not Australia. What about Japan?
Japan is an economic ally, but they're not a military ally. They literally can't have an offensive military.
Oh no! They do. They have a very high-tech military, and
They
we
do
would
not have
probably
an offensive military. Listen to the words that I say, not the words you want to hear.
No, we have bases in Japan, and they would definitely help us out in the event of us defending Taiwan. So
Again,
I would call that
point
a
just went
military
over your
ally.
head.
No, you said they're an economic ally.
Ukraine is not our ally. Ukraine is a liability. Ukraine is our ally in the sense that we have to support them. They could never support us in any major operation.
Except they are right now.
With technology that we gave them.
No, it's technology they invented. They invented those Stinger drones.
Technology. They developed technology. If we hadn't given it to them, they would have been dead in the fucking water in fucking a week and a half.
They invented those Stinger drones that are the only thing that is
The only
mounting any
reason
sort
they
of
existed, the only reason they existed as a country to develop those Stinger drones is because we gave them shit to fight back with.
And why did we do that? Why did the entire country, basically all our allies, do that?
All of our allies didn't do shit. They let us fucking foot the bill.
No, dude, per capita, we have not given the most. We have not given the most per capita.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you trying to quantify it? Per capita in Ukraine, we damn sure have.
No, that's not true.
No, it's not true. So who's given more money than us?
A bunch of European countries have.
Who has given more money? Name me a country.
I'm pretty sure Finland has.
Name me a country. I'm pretty sure. Name me a country. You said it with such glee. You must have something in your head. Tell me.
Well, as I sit here, I can't remember the exact country, but I do know that per capita
has given us. It's not per capita. It doesn't matter about what per capita is because you want to change
percentage of GDP does.
You want to change the qualification.
Percentage of GDP does matter because it shows how much a country is able to give. Obviously, poorer countries are able to give less, but if they're giving a higher percentage in relation to their GDP, then they're necessarily giving more. You are smart enough to understand that.
It doesn't matter how much of their GDP. All that matters is how much fucking firepower Ukraine can actually buy. That's all that matters.
Well,
that's all that
being
matters.
Given it.
You're trying to count beans. You're trying to count beans and suck that you use dick. And I get that because you're a fucking globalist and you're a liberal. I understand why you're doing that. But I'm telling you,
it's true, dude. It's true.
Who has given more money? Who has given more money than the United States to Ukraine? You made the claim. You made the claim. Back it up.
I made this qualifier when I made the claim. I made this qualifier when I made the claim, and you're saying this is
so you're talking out of your ass. In other words.
No. Could you let me just finish a sentence here?
Who's answer the question? Answer the question. Who has given more money to Ukraine than the United States?
I said, as I sit here, I can't remember the exact countries, but I know there's a handful of countries that have given more per capita, per percentage of their GDP. And I started out by saying that, and you're saying, like, it doesn't matter.
Who has given more money to Ukraine than the United States?
Seth, could we just look it up? Just look up who has given most to Ukraine.
Maybe you shouldn't make claims that you don't know the answer to.
No, I know that's true. I don't remember the exact countries.
Gave the most. I think I know. I think it was Europe that gave the most. It was like 120 billion.
Europe is a combination of 15 different countries. Seth.
I know. That's what makes it funny, though, because they combined themselves together.
Yeah,
it's the European Union, you know. So
European Union's a fucking union, not a country.
Well, they operate as a superpower.
Country has given more money than the United States?
All right, the United States is the largest individual country donor to Ukraine, committing over 119 billion in military, financial, and humanitarian aid between January 2022 and August 2025.
Yeah, but Seth, I did say per capita, per percentage of GDP.
Per capita doesn't matter. That's you're literally just trying to muddy the waters with the argument.
No, I disagree with you. I think it does matter
because it serves your point. Maybe because
dude, because you understand this. Poorer countries with less resources, are not able to give the exact same dollar amount.
Who cares?
Here's the second part. Here's the second part, because Sid, you did talk about the European Union. So Now, the European Union and its member states have collectively provided massive comparable support, approximately by 120 to 140 billion dollars, focusing heavily on financial and humanitarian aid.
So
like
all
I
of
said,
the EU combined has given slightly more than us by
Yes.
ourselves. Yeah. And you're telling me that France
I gotta go,
doesn't have-
guys. I'll catch you later.
All right, big dog.
So you're
Have a good one.
telling me that France doesn't have fucking money to give. You're telling me that the UK doesn't have money to give. You're telling me that all these countries don't have any money to give because they're so poor, but somehow the EU has it together and we should follow them. We should follow them into poverty.
I think that I know the argument is almost like this. It's almost like, it means more for an average guy to give a poor man $10.
That's like when your grandma says it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to argue.
Well, he's pretty much saying it like this. It's like, all right, think about it like this. What means more? Me, like me taking $10 to give to a poor man out of the last 100 I got, or a guy who has $1 million and gives it to a poor man and he just took it out of $1 million?
It shouldn't be relative to how much money you have. It should be relative to how much can be achieved by that homeless guy. Either way, that homeless guy is getting a McDouble meal and a fucking large fry. Either way.
Facts. I agree with you on that one. I agree.
But what my argument is that Democrats are fucking throwing a fucking fit. And you're not a Democrat. I understand that. And I don't know where you were in 2022 or who you were fucking, whose dick you were sucking or whose ego you were stroking. As you don't know mine. I'm pretty sure you can guess, and I'm pretty sure I can guess. But this idea that, oh my God, gas prices are so high. Did you forget 2020? Did you forget when Trump lowered them the first time? Did you forget 2022 when they fucking skyrocketed? Did you forget when we were told and we were made to be monsters? We were made out to be monsters for saying, hey, gas prices shouldn't be fucking rising. Fuck Ukraine. We don't care about Ukraine. Now the same fucking argument is coming our way, and we're told that we're being monsters because gas prices are raising. But fuck the Iranian people who literally are being oppressed, not the fucking what the fuck, dude?
Now I get what you're saying, but that's the problem here. Like, I get where you're coming from, but you gotta come from it from, like I said, an affordability standpoint.
Yes, and affordability wise, this is going to do fucking great things for the global energy market.
Don't tell me you're going to hit me with the short-term pain for long-term gain.
No, it's short-term gain, long-term losses is what fucking Biden put us under, and we're in short-term pain, long-term gain. Yes.
All right. I mean,
we need when you are completely undercut as a country by a fucking traitorous, fucking dementia-ridden fucking fool that Biden was, then yeah, you got to go through a little bit of fucking pain because there's no such thing as a free lunch.
I get that, but that's
when you're cut out. Look, when you have a Muslim in fucking power that says that he wants to fundamentally change, i.e., destroy the United States of America, and fucking does everything he can to do so, it's a little bit hard to go back and say, yeah, we don't want that fucking deal that gives you power to get a nuclear weapon. That's dumb arguing. That's dumb negotiating. We're gonna rip that up. Yeah, it makes us fucking look like idiots on the world stage when we, everybody knows that we don't want Iran having ballistic missiles, but why wasn't that put in the JCPOA? That's what we say by it's a bad fucking deal.
I mean, come on now. Look, like I said, I understand about their nuclear capabilities, and like I said, that was patched up. So
ballistic missiles are what carry nuclear warheads.
Think about it like this: it's rich to sit there and complain about nuclear capabilities when you ripped up the deal that handled those nuclear capabilities.
It didn't hand them nuclear capabilities. The fact that they were getting,
we had eyes on it. They weren't going towards a nuclear bomb, according to all intelligence.
And according to the IAEA, they were hiding stuff from us.
I have not found that. I have not found that report. I have not.
Literally, King just posted it in the group chat last night, and I re-highlighted it and fucking sent it back into the group chat. I was like, huh, isn't that interesting?
Where, please? You're gonna have to send
it's
that
in the general chat.
Because all the reports from the IAEA saying that, yeah, we had eyes, we were there.
All of the reports that
throughout the year.
No, all of the reports that are being fucking pushed by mainstream media, which is the only people that you're following that I see you following.
No, I actually looked this up independently. I didn't get this from mainstream media.
Look up IAEA IAEA reports that new sites in Isfahan never before seen are detected. Just look that up.
And this was during the. Okay, never mind. Oh, I got you.
Yes, it was during. They've been doing it this entire time. Is what I'm saying. The same thing with Fordo.
So pretty much they said they found a new nuclear. That was in 2009. That was before the deal.
No, it wasn't 2009. This was
2009 when they found Fordo. We discussed that.
I've literally pointed out two different things. Set. Listen. I've pointed out two different things. So don't try to colloquialism them together to make your point. Look up what I just told you.
IAEA found a new nuclear power plant, right? Or
nuclear enrichment plant. The power plants would be fucking legitimate purposes, but they're not.
Let's see. Here it is. Not know the status of Iran's enrichment. Let's see here. We got one day ago. Nuclear. That's why I said I'd have to get it from you because I'm mainly going through like new stuff. Like, do you have did it come from a specific, news outlet article?
I forgot who it was that fucking King is Astronaut, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he has this tracker thing that's fucking following the news, and it literally fucking came up with one of the things that I went and looked it up. That it was one of the sites that was hidden even under the JCPOA, and fucking it like to say that they weren't hiding stuff from us when we have all the evidence in the world that they were is why I say the JCPOA was garbage. And if you're clinging on to that as some evidence that we were arguing in bad faith, then you also have to assume that so was Iran. Sorry, I didn't mean to fucking give you a bunch of whole reading right in front of everybody, but that it is not fucking crazy to say we should not let Iran have ballistic missiles. That's what should have been in the JCPOA. And if that wasn't in the JCPOA, or sorry, if we actually tried to push that and they didn't want to give it to us, we would have went to war then, because we don't actually want that fucking them to have that. Because Kim Jong-un did the same thing. He fucking built a conventional military and fucking made it so that we didn't touch him, and then developed a nuclear weapon from within it. We learned our lesson from North Korea and said, nope, we're not going to do this with Iran.
Much of Iran's believed to be stored. Hold on, man. It keeps only bringing up new events. I mean, hold on. Maybe you got the year.
It's a new reported event because the IAEA just announced it.
All right, hold on. If it's a newly reported event, then that's outside the JCPOA.
No, it's not. It's been developed and built, like a site that they saw being built that they didn't know anything about. They're now getting intel on that's what it was built for. And that was under the JCPOA. While the JCPOA was in effect, they were building that site.
Yeah, it doesn't say that in here. It says that this was like, what was it? The report came out, in March? Not March, but let's see here. As of mid 2025, as of mid 2025, the IAEA has flagged a serious ongoing concern regarding undeclared uranium particles and accelerated prohibited enrichment activities by Iran, specifically lacking of cooperation. So what they're talking about this is in mid 2025.
Yes, but that before mid 2025. Do you realize how long it takes to actually build one of those sites?
Probably like about 5-10 years, maybe.
About 10 to 15 years. So that means mid 2025, run it back 10-15 years. They started doing this before the JCPOA. They didn't stop during the JCPOA. They didn't tell us about it.
They were allowed to enrich uranium, so that means they could have just started enriching higher after they were outside the JCPOA.
Why do they get a pass for every fucking thing they do, and we have to be critical of our
pass? It's just that here's a problem. If we didn't break that deal and left it to have proof that they actually broke,
if we didn't fucking get into that deal to begin with, we wouldn't be in this position. That's why we say it's a bad deal.
And if we never got out of it, we would be in a better position. We wouldn't be worrying about their nuclear program because we have all eyes on deck.
No, we'd be worried about all of their fucking missiles that they got money to build.
I mean, but bro, come on now. We're gonna cry about them having missiles. Like every country's allowed to have, but
Yes, we're gonna have a problem with a terrorist organization having weapons.
It's a country. They're in the EU. I mean, it is what it is. They're allowed to
I
have
can't.
missiles.
Hold on, Set. What did you say?
They are in the EU. You got to remember.
Hold on,
I mean,
hold on, hold on,
EU, but they
hold
are
on,
in the
hold
US.
on, hold on. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't fucking hear you. You're being all garbled. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, say what you said again.
Well, they are. Here's the thing, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but they are in the United Nations. So one, they are a country. They do have sovereignty, and they do have the right to defend themselves. So I always just say, when nuclear capability, no country needs nukes. To be quite honest, no country needs that.
I agree with that.
Capability.
I agree with that. I think we should all denuclearize.
Is like, all right, cool. You can have your missiles. That's just basic defense. So we're telling them that they can't have basic defense. It's kind of crazy.
We can't. We're telling them that they're not allowed. We've done this to countries before, Set, and it's been completely okay on the world stage because the world understands that when a country is trying to fucking declare world domination and a fucking caliphate, or I don't know, an Aryan nation,
they're not
an
trying to declare
Aryan
world
nation.
domination.
Yes, they have a fucking apocalyptic caliphate that they fucking run their theology off of.
Whoa. Now you got the wrong nation here. That's not Iran.
Who is it then?
I think you might be. Actually, I don't know. That might be talking about the caliphates. Those have been gone for a minute now,
bro.
Like that's like old Islam when they used to go around conquering the caliphates. Like unless you're talking about.
So there wasn't a green movement in 2015, 2016. I think there wasn't a open caliphate under Obama in the Middle East and Syria and Libya. So it's never happened.
And Libya, I'm sure, but like
I thought you said it was the Middle Ages the last time it happened.
Huh?
I thought you said it was the Middle Ages the last time it happened.
What do you mean by like a caliphate? Because like I understand
a declared religious clerical caliphate that's declared by the leaders.
Okay, yeah, those are religious leaders. The caliphate.
The Arab Spring.
So here's the thing, though. What does that have to do with the trusting Iran or the deal that we had?
It points to their stability as a country. They are unstable fucking people. They are no better. Not. They are no better than Maduro. They are no better than fucking Kim Jong-un. They are no better. They are no better. They're no better.
Nah, they're a little bit better. They got way more military capability than those two. I mean, and without the nukes,
because they've been allowed to get to that point because of fucking Arab sympathizers.
Because of our aggression towards them, they've always pushed towards nukes. We sit there and we say, "Oh no, don't have nukes. It's all good." But then we show them a completely different side when we bully any country that don't got nukes. Like we're saying, like,
are you an American or are you an Iranian? Do you want fucking your adversaries?
I want world peace. I don't want nobody to honestly have nukes. But you can't sit there and be disingenuous about the argument when it comes to nukes. I'm be real with you. There's no proof that they was going towards a nuke. They have a religious law that says not to go towards nukes.
You literally can't have it both ways.
That religious law according to intelligence.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say that they're going towards a nuke because we're bullying them, and then they're not going towards a nuke.
I didn't say that. I said they could go. No. I said other countries might see that. Oh, well, we might as well get a nuke so we don't get bullied by the United States like North Korea.
No, that's not what you said. You said that we were bullying other countries.
And if I didn't, then I'm clarifying. But there you go.
But that's the thing, though, right? Like every country in the Middle East has been in a fucking power vacuum and has been completely destabilized, whether it be by us or by Israel, over the past 40, 50, 60, 70 years. Because why? And here's the real reason. Let's not dance around this topic. We were fighting a Cold War and fighting a proxy against Russia during this time. That's why we had this foreign policy that we had, which is not a good fucking thing. It's not a good look for America. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that we have been fucking disingenuous and fucking kind of roughshod with these countries. However, if it pursues our interests, which our interest is the rapid spread of communism and the rapid spread of Islamic radicalism to not spread to the United States or to the globe or to our strategic partners around the world, that underpins our success as a country, then I am for it. I do not want my dollar. I do not want the petrodollar to be fucking collapsed because that means I go hungry. That means you go hungry. That means Sid goes hungry.
But that's the thing, though. The petrodollar is in more danger of collapsing now than ever. The petrodollar would have been perfectly fine if we didn't attack Iran.
No, the petrodollar would have not been perfectly fine because if Iran has control over it, they get to manipulate the currency, just like they're doing right now. Just like they're doing right now.
Think about Iran could have did this for years and they haven't. So let's be real. The only reason why they're doing this is because we're attacking them and they're trying to.
Iran has done this for years. Why do you completely fucking ignore the fact that they have?
Bro, the Strait of Hormuz was not closed. I'm sorry, but 6 months ago, it was all good. The Strait of Hormuz wasn't closed 2-3 years ago.
It wasn't. I've literally brought up time and time again where they've tried to close the Strait of Hormuz and been unsuccessful at it, but still tried and fucking flagged tankers and fucking escorted tankers through the straits, put mines in the water. You're telling me they've never done any of that, and you're acting like there's this fucking poor innocent kid that just gets picked on.
Monty, I didn't. Did I not say that this was all off of retaliation from us? So if we didn't do that attack, then the Strait of Hormuz would be open today, right?
No, that's literally.
What are you talking about? The Strait of Hormuz would have been open today if Iran was never attacked.
You can say that. Set. If this thing is true, then you can say this thing. If you can say that Iran has never tried to block the Strait of Hormuz before this attack, remember, before this attack and before
I'm talking about current events, Monty. So within the past 5 years, no, they have not.
So they have several times tried to block the Strait of Hormuz in the past 5 years. Just in the past 5 years, they've tried to do it.
Monty, but they successfully done. No. If anything, then those must have been just.
They literally did it in 2019. We just talked about it yesterday.
But then how have they done it now? Because think about it like this: they've been able to completely shut down the Strait of Hormuz instead of partially. So pretty much what you're saying is that I guess they just wasn't trying hard enough back then like they are now.
Yes. That what is I don't understand what you're missing.
Why would you even want to get involved with people who are gonna close the Strait
because I don't want them to have power over me.
But I mean, look,
I don't know. It's very simple.
If you don't mess with them, then it's all good. But if you do, then they're gonna go ahead and close the Strait of Hormuz. That's what everybody knew. That's why everybody's looking at us like we're kind of dumb right now.
So someone tells you that they want to kill you. Someone tells you that they want to kill you and that they're at war with you, and you're gonna let them fucking go and get armor and get fucking guns and everything else. You're just gonna sit and be like,
that you said were trying to kill us were the same people that was negotiating with us to. Well,
they were only negotiating to stall us.
They was actually negotiating, and we were moving the goalposts.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Because someone told you that?
Yes.
Someone. So the propaganda machine that literally has it in its best interest to sow distrust amongst the American people, you believe them.
In our face. We went from, it's all about their nuclear capabilities. We just want to get them.
No, it wasn't. That is your misunderstanding of the situation.
No, that's what it was. And then they wanted to start talking about ballistic missiles and proxies.
That is your misunderstanding and misconstruing of the situation.
What was started at first, Monty. That's not a misunderstanding. That's what was said at first. And everybody knows that, but you
were in the room.
Not everybody, but most people know that if they've been following this.
No, you were in the room,
Monty.
You know everything Iran said.
The negotiators were saying. Even the foreign minister of Oman even went in there and said, "Yo, America's practicing bad negotiating tactics." They say one thing, and they say,
"Why do you put so much credibility on foreign governments and none on our own?"
Because I listen to both sides, Monty, and our government's been known to lie us into war. So excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me for having pattern recognition.
It's not pattern recognition when you're failing to recognize the pattern that they are our enemies.
Monty. We can never reach world peace with a mindset we can never reach peace in the Middle East with a mindset like yours. There will always be destruction. There will always be chaos with a mindset like yours because you don't want to negotiate. And all you want to do is put people under your boot, and that's not going to work. And it hasn't worked for the past 20 years.
When a country is significantly declawed and defanged, we can work with them and they can be let back into the world stage. You're arguing a point that I'm not making. You're arguing a point that I'm not arguing. I think that there's plenty of examples of defanging a country, i.e. literally in recent history and in fucking previous American history, where we have done it and we completely cripple them, and then we allow them back in, i.e. Germany, i.e. Japan, i.e. Italy, i.e. fucking, we could have done it with Russia, but we chose not to. Fucking
Monty.
Cuba.
But we all know we're talking about the Middle East. You see how you got to go out of the Middle East to make that point, because you know you're wrong when it comes to the Middle East.
Iraq,
There's no
Iran,
success.
sorry, Iraq. We were fucking allies with Iran before this fucking fatwa. Fucking, you want more?
And then
The
we gave
UAE,
materials, then
Qatar.
we gave materials to Saddam for a chemical weapon to use against the Iranians. Like I said, it's a tit for tat thing, and that's why I believe them coming to the negotiation table. We should have been doing it in fairness, but we weren't, because we both have history of aggression, and I think we should just put that behind us. And
This is not a both sides are wrong. We need to.
We're doing.
So, are you an apologist for America, or are you an American?
Monty, Monty, look, I see what you're trying to do, and it's not a really intelligent.
It's not fair to sit here and blast me.
You're not trying to, honestly, you're not trying to look at what's been going on. You're literally trying to forget the past and not understand that,
what do you mean? Every time I bring up the past, you say current events.
You're over
every
here
time I bring up the
about,
past, you shoot it away.
This one endeavor in the Middle East might be fruitful, even though the past ones weren't.
What is Oman? What is Qatar? What is Saudi Arabia? What is the UAE?
We never tried
what is
to do
Iraq?
What we did with Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Iran. We fucked it on Iran too, and that's why they don't like us so much. We fucked up a lot of countries in the Middle East, dog. Especially.
So you're an apologist. You want to go around apologizing for America.
I'm explaining to you history, bro.
I understand the history. You don't have to explain it to me. I understand the history.
Obviously, I do, because you're not understanding how it relates to today.
Because every time I bring up history, you say, "What about current events?" Fuck the history. So why is it fuck the history when I bring up a point against you?
The Middle East. This is the region that we're dealing with that we have no success in, ironically. But then you want to talk about other regions.
The Middle East is not another region. Dubai is in the Middle East. The UAE is in the Middle East.
Those are
Saudi
the guys
Arabia
that work with us. Those are the guys that fund the proxies.
Exactly. That's my
Iran's
point.
Proxies. So, but here's the thing: the countries that we've destabilized in the Middle East, bro, they're not the same. And you bringing up Dubai is hilarious, because we never tried to overthrow them. We never tried to cause regime change there. So that's not even a good point.
So we didn't expatriate a lot of fucking Afghanis from Afghanistan to Dubai.
What did I say? I said regime change.
The people fucking left their country because it was being run into the fucking ground by ISIS and by fucking Al Qaeda and by the Taliban.
Monty, did we do regime change in Dubai? Did we ever try to do regime change?
No,
oh
my God. We literally moved the people from one location to another.
That's not regime change, Monty. All right. So
no, it's just completely getting rid of your subjects under the regime.
Okay, Monty.
And giving them to another.
All right, man. We're at that time, though, man. Hey, man, I love you, big dog. Appreciate you. But all right, guys. Man,
I'm sweating.
I know. We're both hard.
Bro, I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating.
I ain't gonna lie, Monty. You did well. It was a 2v1, so I'll give it to you.
I'm sitting back here fighting my ass off. I just think that I think I'm biased because I give a little bit more credit to the United States than you do. I think you're trying to take it from I want to be neutral perspective, and I don't think that that's helpful. I think that that's counterproductive. And if you believe, would you believe the propaganda that came out of North Korea? Bro, if you haven't, hold on. If you listen to North Korea, we eat babies and throw them around like footballs.
Come on now.
Bro, that's the same thing in my opinion.
Now, I would say this. Honestly, I'll be real with you. I like to listen to foreign media because I believe they're more honest about what's actually going on in their area.
State-run media is not more honest than independent journalism, Set.
No. Well, I mean, it's more. Well, shoot, they're more dependable than our state-run media. They're more
Our
dependable.
media is not state-run. As much as I hate CNN, they're not state-run.
Bro.
They're run by the Democratic Party, but
yeah, in a way. Well, completely. So, but here's the problem. So, actually. No, there is independent media out there in other countries as well, but for some reason,
none that are based in that country. It is all
North Korea.
Both.
You're right. Both. You're right. Because I ain't never seen no news media out of North Korea. I'll be real with you.
Bro, you get the Pyongyang Times, and it's like, yeah, we're all set. Bro, hold on. On another note, did you see that fucking Kim Jong-un got 99.7% of the vote, and he apologized for not being able to get the last 3% or 0.3%?
I was like, wow, bro, he's so petty sometimes. I'm like, bro, you know you're gonna win, right? Like, come on, you'll execute everybody who don't vote for you.
Bro, and I see North Korea as a little bit more aggressive and a little bit worse than Iran, but in the same fucking boat. That is how I see the two countries.
I don't know. What separates them two, I believe, is religion. I think it's religion that separates them two. Like, bro, Kim Jong-un, bro, that man believes that he's basically like a walking god.
I was gonna say they don't need religion. Their religion is Kim Jong-un.
That's the problem. It's like a literal cult there. But with with Iran, I mean, we could say radical Islam. I say that.
Radical Islam. I don't trust radical Islam more. I don't. So here's the thing. In order to put people on,
the reason why I would trust it more is because, well, bro, these guys take their religion seriously. That's the funny thing.
I don't give a fuck. And people take their cult seriously as well.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that you should give it any credibility, Set.
Yes, you should, because bro, they've been known to they're strict about their religious law, and they've been known to follow their religious law throughout.
No. That's not what I'm getting at. When I say you shouldn't give them any credibility, it means, yeah, sure, you can take them seriously when they say something like "death to America." But you should not give them credibility when they say, "Oh yeah, America does this and America does that." Fuck them. Fuck them, dude.
All right, man, look, I gotta listen to both sides because look.
Yes, but you can listen to both sides without putting weight. I don't think they've earned the 50-50 fucking split that you give them.
I'm be real with you, they kind of have. They've been right about some things in foreign media, so I kind of got to give them that.
What have they been right about?
Foreign media won't tell you.
No,
Bro.
there's a lot.
Really?
There's so many things going on in our media that fucking
foreign media be the first to tell you whatever's going on in Iran, Yemen, the Middle East, because they're right there. So if you want to know what's going on in that region ahead of like Americans, then you're gonna watch foreign media.
Right, but foreign media also has the same biases and the same fucking politics that American media has. So when you're essentially listening to the fucking foreign media equivalent of MSNBC, you could see how the globalists would fucking want you to believe what they're having you believe.
I would say like this, like, come on now, like you watched things like Al Jazeera before. All they really do is just telling you what's going on the ground and actually interviewing people.
But they do it with a spin. No, they absolutely do it with a spin. And if you understand the psychology and the fucking
the spin, like
the spin is that America is bad on the world stage. That is the spin. Everything circles back to that. Watch something.
The spin is that no. This is this. Honestly, no. I think you actually do need to watch. Actually, a little. Well, never mind. You've watched it before.
I've been on the show. Stop being condescending.
Set with me. You don't gotta go lie. My bad. You watched it with me. So you got to know how they are about it. I'll be real. They give more detailed reporting on what's going on.
They give more details to fill their narrative. And their narrative.
Oh no, man.
There
are narratives. I'm not gonna lie. There are but not every single time when they're just reporting. Like especially when they're reporting on America and what's going on.
The things that they report or choose not to report are part of the narrative set.
I mean, then that means we have a hell of a bad narrative here because
we don't have enough fucking time with fucking everybody protesting about a fucking ICE shooting and every other fucking thing that's going on to fucking go and do around the world in fucking 60 seconds.
In the world that we don't tell our people though. Think about all the stuff we do in the world that has effects on other people that we don't tell them.
What are you talking about? There's stations like you, there's stations like me, there's fucking Alex Jones,
I know, but like we're talking about
there's Candace Owens, there's Ben Shapiro.
I know, but we're talking about
bro, are you trying to market towards the boomers? Because that's who watches CNN and MSNBC.
Good point.
Are you trying to market to the people like me and you that will be running this country one day?
That's a good point, man. Somewhat you kind of got to talk to both.
You do have to talk to both, but when you get all your information from the boomers that have ruined our country, sorry boomers.
Love y'all, but y'all fucked up.
The people that have put us in the position that we're at now, we're talking about 40, 50, 60 years ago. Who was alive then? Who was making decisions then? This is our country now. This is our generation's time to fucking make decisions. The argument should be between me and you, not me, you, and the 80-year-old grandma that has 5 houses and is the reason we can't fucking afford rent.
I'll give you that one. You're right. I mean, hey, you're definitely right about that. We are the
Sorry.
next generation up.
And so
But
we
all
should inform ourselves based off of our own opinions, not what other people have told us to think.
right, I'll feel you on that one. Well,
Ooh,
man,
that was spicy.
Well, look, man, we're gonna carry this argument to the Senate one day, I guess.
Fuck yeah. I don't mind arguing against you, Set. I believe you have your community and your country's best interests at heart. I think seriously, I genuinely think we have clarity, we just have disagreement. And I don't think you're an idiot. I don't think you're beneath me. I think you see the same things I see and come to different conclusions than I come to.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of things we agree on, and there's a lot of things we don't.
Bro, how many times have we cooked Sid up here?
All week. Speaking of my man Sid, he did want me to end the stream with this video. So let's see what Sid got for us.
Oh my God. Is it Trump shitting his pants?
I mean, yeah, man, you never know with Sid.
Let's do it. I can't hear video or sound if you have sound set.
Because you see the milk in the cow and the salt in the barn and the farm on the hill and the middle. No place like the White House. Do we agree?
Set.
Right? No place
Don't hear
like
it?
the White House.
No, I don't hear it. Damn, it's all right. I'm
Right,
sorry.
Mr. Kraft? So anyway, I learned from you. So I want to thank Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker has got the easiest job of anybody in government. It's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1, but between 1, 2, and 3. Get up to 3. You know, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4. And then we had a death. And death is very bad. Death, horrible death. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and it's between 1, 2, and 3. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know.
Yo.
When you get done, you wanna hop in Discord for a little bit?
Shoot, I would, but I gotta go out and actually grab some gas before I go to work.
Bro, you need to get you an electric car, man.
At this point, Monty, man, at this point.
I have a referral code. I'll put it in the chat.
Monty.
Mention his name? Should I? Do
Love
other
you.
people know his name?
Love
Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the son.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president. I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's
With a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So the long story short, the president called him, and within a number of hours, the man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him
Mike
over the
was
weekend.
telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And
He
amazing.
actually called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad." Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you. And however long I live," I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, and she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. Good shape for her. She'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis, and she's going to take care of it immediately. as opposed to waiting. Do it immediately. This is with that particular ailment. The faster, the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster, the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So, but who needs it, right? Who needs it? And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. Want to play a song?
In this barn,
there was a stall.
With the prettiest cow.
That
you ever did see.
Oh man.
And Bill O'Reilly for his understanding.
All right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and end it on that note, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, by the way, man. Great support. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow, of course. So make sure you guys go and double tap that screen on the way out. Make sure, of course, if you haven't subscribed already, to subscribe. And I will be back. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end out with a word from our partners over there at Kalshi. Make sure you go ahead and sign up with them with the promo code S.E.T Media. Appreciate the support, guys. And Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use SET Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is SET from SET Media, and shout out to Kalshi.